So hello everybody, how are we all? So this is Penny Teacher's Newbie, how to do a build, something along those lines, part something else. Here's Natasha, who still hasn't changed her screen name.
Nah, I forgot about that.
It's all right. It's just a good job we don't bring the names up on the screen, isn't it? Such a good job we don't bring the names up on the screen.
I totally forgot.
No, it's all right. I'll do that. It's all right. Right. So first up, we have got Smith B says, "Hi all, Athol testing. Haven't you got it worked out by now, Penny? Have I done something wrong there? Testing.
You posted testing, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, yeah. So I put test because we were having a little bit of trouble loading the stream up. So I just typed something into YouTube to see if it popped up okay, but it was absolutely fine. So yes, we've got it worked out. We made like a constipated mathematician and worked it out with a pencil.
Yeah.
Athol says, hello, Tasha.
Hello.
Hello, and we've got MP. Oh God, the serious people are in the stream now.
Oh no.
MP Model Plastic says,
can I hide
hello.
now?
No, don't hide.
Yeah, I'm gonna hide.
Let's do the opposite. Let's see what you've done, Natasha. Right, so I gave a bit of a recap at the beginning of the last stream, saying what we've been up to. Would you like to do it for this stream?
A recap of what we've done?
Yes.
Right, let me move my phone.
Let's see if we can get you to memorize at least one technical word.
Technical word? Yeah.
Yes, like dry fit or clean up.
Yeah, but we didn't do that last time, did we?
Or paint.
I'm turning my camera around so you can see.
Okay.
Wrong one. Well, we did a lot of...
Can you at least say what it is?
Tank.
It's all right, you're getting there. At least you say tank.
That's all I know the difference unless I look on the box. It's a Sherman Firefly.
Right, okay, there you go. We got you doing something. We've taught you how to read boxes. At least that's something.
Yeah, one thing at the minute. And then didn't we put these on?
Yes. So unfortunately your turret has given up the ghost now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's saying hell no.
Yeah, whereas mine still works.
Yeah.
Sorry. Right, so you've also been a little bit naughty and done some off stream, haven't you?
Yeah, I did the third coat.
Yeah, so basically all she's done is she's just painted it a little bit more, which is absolutely fine. So are you now happy with the coat of paint?
Yeah, I needed that extra one on it, to be honest.
Now, what I would normally do next, which is an optional extra, not necessarily an optional, but you can get away with not doing it. I don't know if you've noticed on your tank, have you got little tiny wee scratch marks? Like, just from where you've been handling it. I've got a few on the bottom.
Yeah, a little bit on the bottom.
Yeah, right. So obviously the paint sticking to the plastic isn't perfect.
No.
Now, there's two ways to help that.
Right.
One is doing the primer before we did the paint, which we couldn't do because we didn't have any primer.
No.
And thirdly, And secondly, you can't do it because you haven't got any, is we would perhaps put a coat of varnish over the top.
Right.
That will protect the paint underneath. So basically what we're saying there is that with the primer, the paint will stick to the plastic a lot harder, make it harder to come off.
Right.
It's like when I pick my cats up because it's time to deflea them, what they do is they get their claws out and they stick themselves to whatever they can to avoid being picked up.
Yeah.
That's like the primer, isn't it?
Yeah.
And yeah, and obviously secondly is the varnish, which is a little bit tougher. It stops you hitting the paintwork. Not a major problem if we haven't done it, but obviously you can now see.
Yeah, I can see it on the bottom.
Yeah. So now obviously we're asking the question, is there something that we might like to buy in the future to help with our model? Now, obviously this is a first model. We can do a good kit with just what we've got out of the box. But obviously we're now starting to look at ways to just make our modeling just a little bit better. We've put an awful lot of work into this. I want to try and protect it as best we can. Now, there's two things that are left. Well, three things if you count the gluing. One is we want to do the black coat. And lastly, we want to do the decals, plus any weathering. And I will be going through, I can't do proper weathering with you. I can do a very, very, what's the word for it? A very, very basic weathering, a very basic highlighting technique. It's not going to be awesome. But instead of, normally what we would do is we would coat that in a coat of clear varnish. We would make up some oil paint and we would make that really, really thin. We would apply it all over, and that will run into the recesses and that will help highlight certain areas. And then we will seal, we could seal all that in with a varnish. We don't have oil paints. We don't have white spirits. We can do it with an acrylic paint, and we can do it with an acrylic paint that you own, which is the black. Crude is the word I'm looking for. But we will need to do the rest of the painting first. So what I'm suggesting is we have got, let me flip my camera. So I have changed my cameras over, as you can see. So I have got quite a good downward facing camera. So what we have got left to do is to paint the outside of these wheels black, and we want to do these tracks silver, and we want to be picking up some of the little detail on here in, sorry, not silver, gunmetal. Now it's quite handy, we've got to do black and we've got to do gunmetal, because I'll tell you a little rule for metallics. Have you opened your number 53 yet?
No.
Right.
Don't dare.
Very
Scaring me, that is.
Open your number 53. Right, now mine is very close to being useless, but it's okay. Might have to move my light down, guys, which means it will show up on the, there we go, that's better. So you see mine is like one step away from being dead. Now you'll see that that's a bit metally, isn't it?
Yeah.
It looks a little bit like liquid metal.
Yeah.
That's called a metallic paint.
Right,
it's meant to represent something metal. Now, in an absolute perfect situation, you would paint metallic paint over a gloss black. I'll try to explain the science, but I don't quite understand the science. Apparently, metallic, the way that it reflects, if you've got a metallic, sorry, if you've got a gloss black underneath it, any reflection that kind of goes downwards is going to bounce back up again. So it just kind of makes it a little bit more shiny. That's a really non-scientific explanation. If you haven't got a gloss black, it will work almost as well over black. So I was going to say to you, if you want to put the effort in, put the black on the tracks and then paint the metallic over the top. Now, one thing I was thinking was, as we've got to do the wheels black, and remember what I said about trying to paint, you want to try and paint lower surfaces before the upper surfaces.
Yeah.
So can you see that, like there, right? If you try to paint that with a brush, you could end up getting some onto the wheels, and you'd have to go back over the wheels. And when you do the wheels, you might accidentally get some on the track. But because the track is higher up, it's going to be easier to paint the track without getting any on the wheels than it would be the wheels without getting any on the track. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So obviously black, as the black edges of the wheels are the lower pieces. So we want to try wherever possible to paint that. And the other thing to try and take into account is if you try to paint the lighter colors before the darker colors, because the darker colors will go over lighter colors a lot easier. By coincidence, the best way to paint this model is doing the lower surfaces before the upper surfaces and doing the lighter colors over the darker colors.
Right.
So black will cover over green a lot easier than green will cover over black.
Right.
Now, without getting technical, taking it down to a very, very basic level, you can kind of consider metallic paints as a strong color. They have a tendency to cover quite well over all paints. There are exceptions, and those exceptions generally tend to be down to the brand rather than the actual color of the paint. Now, normally we will still do two thin coats, but you'll probably find that this I mean, I've never used this one, but I would expect to find that we could cover the black in one coat. So we will do the black first, and this is going to be your first go at doing quite careful painting. And as I would suggest, when we do the metallic, I was going to give you the option of, if you want to paint it black, to put the metallic on the top. But I would suggest that while you're there doing the wheels, why not just paint the tracks while you're at it? Now, the quality of the painting on this will depend on A, how good you are at painting, and B, probably experience. So yours may come out a little bit messy, and your second one may come out less messy than your first, etc., etc. It really doesn't matter how it comes out. Now, you've only got the one brush, which is the number 2. I would suggest, if you owned other brushes, you would use a thinner brush. You do not have that option because you're painting out the starter set. But again, this will boil down to, now that you've got a little bit of experience using basic equipment, can you start to see how, we'll use the word specialist comes into it? You know, a smaller brush. This is a good general brush.
Yeah.
And a smaller brush could be considered a little bit more specialist. You wouldn't use a size 0 brush for painting the bodywork of that because it's far too small. So we've got expert in the house, so let's take advantage of him. So actually we'll do a full catch up. Oh, we've got a lot of chat. So hi Penny and Natasha, hi Manuel, evening, hi Athol again, hi Dom, hi Dominique. It's a wee Sherman, which it actually is. I did some reading up on this. I think we read it last week, didn't we? This is basically a Sherman with a different turret on it, which made it quite effective as an anti-tank tank. And then obviously what they also did was they painted the barrels to make the barrel look shorter. I don't really know. Well, I understand the science behind it, but obviously if you've got a load of Shermans and one or two of them have got a longer barrel. You know, that's the dangerous one, and that's the one they were targeting first. So yeah, it was a wee Sherman. Dominic says, hi Athol, MP model plastic. Right, the Terry off the black technique before metallic color is to create a background dark without light to give more pure effect. Does that make more sense, Natasha?
Yeah.
So it's the background. So yeah, that makes a bit more sense to me. So having a metallic on a black background gives a more pure effect than a metallic on a light background. If you do not have black, and I would question why you wouldn't own a black, because look, just about every starter set you're going to get is going to have a black.
I ain't got no black.
Have you not? Oh, you're buggered,
No.
aren't you?
It ran off.
But you could, if you, I mean, you could paint that green and then paint the metallic on the top, and you'd still get a good result. But you'll get a better result if you do black underneath. We'll just give MP a little bit of time to disagree with that if he wants to. The most neutral color is light gray. Doesn't change the color that we're painting. For more lightness color, use white gloss. So this comes down to when we're priming. This is something I learned with figure painting. If you're priming, you can use white, gray, or black. Most people will prime in gray because it gives you a nice neutral color. If you want the model to be overall brighter, use a white primer. It will lighten up the colors. There is a little bit of the primer will come through the actual paint. These aren't, unless you put like 100 coats on, these aren't 100% solid. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Well, you will see the color underneath. So as a result, you can get some good techniques depending on what color. Do you remember when I said about the diamond painting?
Yeah.
It's if you put a drill down, it's the colors around it that makes the color seem a little bit different.
Yeah.
So a black drill surrounded by white drills will look a little bit different from a black drill surrounded by black drills. It's pretty much the same effect with primer. So
Be right back.
yeah, no problems. Right, so I've got to kind of keep the stream going for a bit. Tell you what, while I'm there, let me just change Natasha. We'll give her a funny name. I can't remember. Is it Budgie Mama something? There you go. That's her new name there. Oh, no, that's not changed it. Oh, why can't I change her name? Budgie Mama something. There you go. That's her new name. Let's see how long it takes her to know us. Right. So that was terrible timing in the sense that I could have explained a lot of that while her carer was here. So yeah, I've got to chit chat about stuff now. So I'm quite excited actually, guys. I've got some things coming in the post. I've semi broken my New Year's resolution already. I'm trying to build more kits than I've bought. Now, up until yesterday, my total was 2 for none, because I built 2 kits, and I'm counting the Mary Rose as a built kit, even though I built it last year, because I showed the video this year, so I'm counting that as built. I'm counting next week's video, which is the Big Ben, as a built kit. I'm going to do 2 quick builds, which will come out in a few weeks. I'm calling them Mojo builds. Let me right, have a nice evening, everybody. I'm going to do something else tonight. Oh, are you, Dominique? MP, I'm going to leave that comment for when Natasha comes back, because I think it'll help her if I read it out while she's here. So yeah, I've bought the Border Models Lancaster 1:32 scale, which I'm not counting because that is for a project which will be coming out in February. I'm considering buying the Border Models 1:32 scale Lancaster nose. What I'm trying to do with this Lancaster is I'm doing a comparison with the Hachette. Can I produce a better model? Can anybody produce a better model than the part work for the same money or less? And I'm trying to get as many of the features in as I can with the Hachette version. But obviously, one of the features that I'm going to struggle with, not impossible, but I might struggle with, is being able to see inside the aeroplane. Now, one thing I could do is cut the fuselage in pieces so that I can lift the pieces off. And that might involve some kind of magnetizing so that when you put the pieces back in, they hold. But what I've actually managed to do, I found on eBay, the Hong Kong model version, the early versions, it came with the clear fuselage. So you could paint it however you wanted so you could see inside. Some guy selling them on eBay at what I think is a reasonable cost. So I bought those. Hopefully they'll win. I pressed the wrong button. Instead of making an offer, which I knew he would accept, I've gone and hit the bid button. So I've got to wait the full 4 days. But rather than cut the canopy apart so you can see inside the cockpit, I'm debating whether to buy the Border Models nose, which is 100 odd pound. Obviously, you'll be able to see in that a lot easier. I just wonder how that would fit in with a diorama. So I just catching the comment to see whether to read it now. Again, I'll leave that comment to when Natasha comes back. So I think that will help her a little bit as well. Yeah, so then I saw a kit on eBay. It's an aeroplane that I've really wanted for a long time. It's an old Airfix kit that they don't do anymore. And I really want it for nostalgia reasons. And that has just been delivered to my house today. So that brings me down to where are we? 2 for 1. So I'm still on track for my New Year's resolution. Even if we count the Hong Kong Lancaster as a kit purchase, I'm still on 2 for 2. The Mosquito I won't count as a build because I started that a long time ago. But I have started working on the next project, not after the Mosquito, but it'll be coming. As you know, at the weekends I do my scale model builds fortnightly. I have a 48 scale one, and then in between the 48 scale, I have a not 48 scale one. And I have been working on, and this is actually quite a mojo builder, me Apollo 11. It's kind of getting there. It's gone from that big this morning to dropping off. There you go. That's quite handy. The bit that I'd already built. So all of this was built in one video, probably about 2 hours work. It's got a lot of masking tape on it, obviously. There are issues with it. There's a lot of issues actually with it. One is the fit. The fit is absolutely terrible. But it builds up quite. I mean, I haven't done any painting on it, but it does build really quickly, and I'm quite chuffed with it. And the more technical bits are coming, so yeah, that's quite interesting. And so I've just got this base bit. It goes in a specific way. There's a little notch, and there's only one way you can put it in. Don't like the way that just it wedges in there, but it's not secure. If you knock it over, it will fall over. In fact, I'm actually considering gluing it in, because you don't need to see under. Yeah, you don't need to see in there. Obviously it pulls apart at the various stages. So there we go. So that's one complete stage, and they do open up. But I think this, I will probably just glue that into the base, and that's the first separation. And then this piece is the second separation that I don't get, and then that reveals this bit. And then I think, yeah, there's the next separation, and then you've got the bit on the top. I think the bit on the top is the part that returns back to Earth. As you see, I'm getting very technical with my wording there. But this is a bit of an awkward one as well, because it does clip in. I don't know if you can see the little clips on the side, but it doesn't clip in hard. Oh, was that a Natasha I just heard?
I is back. Sorry
Hello.
about that.
Hello, you is back.
I is back.
Nothing to apologise for. Why is that not going? There we go. Sorry, I'll be with you in a sec.
That looks huge.
It is a bit big, and it does build up very quickly, which is a bit of a mojo builder, really. Sorry, I'm going to bring you on screen.
Right.
There we go. Right. So there is Natasha. Right. So I've got a couple of comments from Manuel that I've left.
Oh God, I'm not going to understand it, am I?
Why? Well, we'll do our best. Right. So MP says the greys and khaki colours are metameric colours because they change with the type of light that is used on the camouflage. Now, I know that Manuel has said that on a stream of mine before, because I found it extremely fascinating. I don't know if you were on, but basically, if you paint this green, which we have done, and you put a bright light on it, it will look completely different than if you put a slightly dimmer light, or a slightly reddy light, or a daylight bulb, or a sun bulb, because the green change color depending on what it's got around it. Without getting too sciencey, I guess it's to do with the way that all paint is a filter. All colors are a filter, aren't they? If you have red, imagine sunlight. I can't remember the colors, but sunlight is made up essentially of 7 different colors, isn't it? The colors of the rainbow. Now, if you put a red filter, what will happen is that will stop 6 of those colors from getting through, and you'll be left with red. Yellow will do the same. Now, obviously, what orange will do, if you have red with a slight touch of yellow to make a slight orange, it's going to let some of the yellow through, some of the orange, most of the red. And then as you add a bit more yellow, it's going to filter out a bit more of the red. Yeah, it's going to let the red bits of the orange come block through. And I'm trying to keep it quite basic, but
is it like the last time we were live, or just at the end somewhere? I think it was after the live.
I know what you're going to say.
Like it was yellow.
Yes. So because of the way your light was on the desk, and and the way the light was on my desk, let me change my camera view.
I can't remember how I got it that color.
No, it's fine. So if you look, our tanks look completely different colors. Even though we've used the exact shade of paint, can you see that mine looks lighter than yours?
Yeah.
Now, if you bring yours slightly closer to the camera, you see how the colors change a little bit?
Yeah.
Because the lighting has changed. Now, if I, there we go. See, mine's now similar to yours.
Yeah.
If I put my light back on, you see it's completely changed the shade of green. Now,
Yeah.
you could argue that with all colors,
Yeah.
but it's a lot more different effect with a gray and a khaki color.
Right.
If you did it with black, you would still call it black. But you actually called at one point, you called the color yellow, didn't you?
Yeah.
That was because the way that the light was, it was showing a lot lighter and it was coming out more yellow.
Yeah, because it confused me why it looked like that until I realised it was the lighting.
Yes, yeah. So MP's next comment is it depends on the light that you are using on the workbench. For example, the chances vary much on incandescent lamp, PRA LED lamps, lots of difference. So this is why, and we argue this with diamond painting as well, don't we?
Yeah.
We say the importance of a nice natural light bulb, natural light bulb. So the rocket pennies are scratch built. Absolutely not. No way am I that clever.
Yeah, you are.
No, the rocket is, let me find the box so I can get a bit more precise. It is the Revel Apollo 11 Saturn V rocket, code 04909 is a 1 to 144 scale. It is a terrible kit, to be absolutely honest with you. The actual boosters, look at that. There's so much work need doing on that. And it's really hard to glue them together because sometimes, in fact, one of them, I actually cut the tabs off. You can get this bit lined up, but then the top bit won't line up, and then vice versa. And it really was difficult to line up. And now that I've glued them together and look inside there, that is absolutely awful. But it will work out. It will look half decent. Excuse me. Sorry about that. So Facebook user says, hello, ladies. Excuse me.
That could be Rachel.
Yes, it might well be. I could look on my phone. I can't stay, but want to pop in and say hello. Have a wonderful evening. We always do. We always do. So MP says, a little experience. You pick the focus with a flashlight on top of the model and you see the change of color. Let's see if I can demonstrate that a little bit using my my camera phone. Right. So I think what he's trying to say is, right, so if you see my tank there,
Yeah.
I bring the light in,
Yeah.
color change at the front.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Now you can recreate that using colors. And if you ever do figures, what we do with figures is, well, what I always used to do was I would pick a focal point. Usually what I would do is I would make it look like the light source is coming directly in front down at 45-degree angle. So I would do the top of his head at the front a little bit brighter. You've got shadows underneath, and then on the back it would be quite dark. Not quite dark, but darker. Not so much dark as not as light.
Got you.
Anyway, this is not getting us. What's this at the bottom? Alles. How strange. Must be German. Does alles in German mean saucers or something?
I have no idea if I don't know German, but my sister does.
Right. All right. Anyway, so today's little task, we've been streaming for half an hour. We've not done a thing. So what we want to focus on now, I'm going to be honest with you guys, right? I'm suggesting a little cheap. I've explained to you that metallics look better over black.
Yeah.
Now, what we're going to end up doing is painting these tracks metallic, and we're going to be picking out some detail. I mean, you're all right. Half of your detail's gone on the floor, isn't it?
Yeah. Two
But
of them.
things like these shovels. Now, I'm not going to paint them black and then go over them with metallic. I'm just going to pick them straight out with the metallic. Also, I purposely didn't do this with you, but do you see that bit at the front? Can you see where that slight gap is, where the fit isn't perfect?
No.
Now,
I don't
we
know what
could
you
have,
mean.
right, let me get me my pointy paintbrush. So that seam line there at the front that goes right across there.
Oh yeah, I found
Yeah.
it now.
And also on the bottom, we've got a seam line there, a
Yeah.
seam line there, and going across there.
Yeah.
By rights, we should have filled and filed it.
Yeah.
I have purposely left it because this is your first model. But I feel that's slightly more advanced. Plus, you haven't got the equipment to do it.
No.
So obviously, once we finish this, you're gonna look at something and go, right, yeah, that particular bit is something that I would like to work on next. That's a focal point. So next time you buy a kit, then perhaps you'd buy, I don't know, you'd buy the filler, you know, or whatever you want to focus on next. That may not bother you. That certainly doesn't bother me on the bottom. It bothers me a little bit on the top. But it's a £3.50 kit, so it really doesn't
Mine's
bother.
there
Yeah.
at the front where it's not. It's
Yes, but if you
matching.
see the sections on the bottom, the reason it doesn't bother me on the bottom is because, bear with me a sec, guys. I could have just said you won't see it. Like, that's what it's going to look like when it's assembled. Can you see those seam lines underneath?
No.
And it is extremely rude to go up to someone else's model and pick it up. So I don't think anyone's ever going to see it.
No.
So unless we do the confession, you know, if someone comes up to us and says, wow, that Sherman Firefly is awesome. And I'll go, yeah, I'm not happy with the bottom though. But
Yeah.
anyway, so do you remember what we did when we painted last week?
Watered it down.
We watered it down, exactly spot on. So what did we do last time? How did we water it down?
Oh, I can't really remember it.
Okay, that's fine. So did we, first of all, we mix our paint up?
Yeah.
Make sure it's all, so paint is, for the purposes of this stream, it's made up of two components. You have all of the paint, and then you have some kind of binding agent, a medium. So you have what I call paint and pigment. Paint is the medium, and then the paint is, or the pigment is the what makes it colorful. So if you used I've forgotten the word for it, you can actually buy medium, what's called medium, gloss, matte, or satin medium. It's basically, it's paint without the pigment.
Right.
Now, if you added pigment to the medium, it may well separate.
Yeah.
This black is actually quite wonderful. In fact, do you know it's grey? It's not black, it's grey. That's strange. That's more of a rubber black. I don't know how good your eyes are at spot and paint, but that is more of a grey, which I find quite interesting. Maybe it is supposed to be that colour, but I would call that more of a rubbery black than a black.
No, mine's looking black.
Is it?
Yeah.
So why is mine not black?
Because I can't see it. I can just see
That's,
black.
sorry guys, but that is definitely a grey. That is definitely a grey. It's a very dark grey.
So have I got to find a very dark grey?
No, you've got one. It's called number 33 or whatever colour that is. Yeah, 33.
33 to me is black.
Yeah, no, it is. It is a black. Definitely black, but it's a very dark. It's more what I'd call a rubber black than a black, which, to be honest with you, is probably the perfect colour. That is the colour we want. Now I'm going to be a bit naughty, and I'm going to use that straight out of the pot because I think that's a very nice consistency to use. So, what if that was too thick? What I would want to do is be putting some of that into a palette.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then what I'll do from there is I will add some water or thinning agent, such as thinners, and then I can just mix that down a bit until it's the consistency I want.
Right.
Okay, and we'll have a little practice first, won't we? We'll get a piece of sprue that we've got left over, and then what we can do is we can find, I found this little safety symbol thing there. It's got a little bit of detail, so I can just paint over that. And yeah, the coverage is actually, I think I should thin that down. Yeah, I'm going to thin that down a bit more. So it just gives you an idea of what it's going to be like when you paint. Now, a word of warning.
Yep.
Paint is thick, water is thin.
Yep.
Right, now, thick paint is so much easier to control than water. Oh, I've gone and over thinned that now. Oh well. So I'll just add a bit more paint into that. And I'll just thicken it a bit. So when we're doing controlled painting, like we will be doing, oh, that's really nice actually. Don't know if you can see that, guys, but the way that that covers, that's really nice. No brush marks. It goes over quite nicely. And you can see there's quite a lot on the brush. The brush is holding a lot of paint and releasing it nicely. That definitely is grey, guys. I don't care who you are. That is grey.
See, mine's looking black.
Maybe I've just got a bit of something in there then. But I like the colour because what I'm going to be using it for, it's absolutely perfect. Right. So how's your paint flow? So remember, I haven't got enough in there to demonstrate, but there you go. I have actually. Look, can you see how the paint is moving in the pot?
Yeah.
So that suggests that we're at least, I mean, I know it's there because I've just tried it out, but you see how it's kind of moving on its own. So we know that it's not too thick. It might be a bit too thick, but it's in the ballpark. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Right. So where are we up to? Different angles of light, front, side, back. And then hope that the explanation is helping. Yes. Yes. Natasha's not confused at all, are you?
No.
Okay. Now, I'm going to suggest that you paint the back of the wheels first. And the back of the wheels is the one with the holes.
Right, okay.
Right. Why am I suggesting back first? Would you like to have a guess?
I wouldn't know.
Right. So the reason we're doing the back of the wheels first is that we don't know how well we're going to be able to paint these.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Now I might go over the wheels with the black. Right. But this isn't going to show. In fact, this part isn't going to show at all. And then it's kind of have a little practice before we paint the bit that is going to show.
Yeah.
Now, we need to ultimately, this is the front, by the way, we need to paint the little surrounding bits on these 6 wheels.
Yeah.
And you'll see 4 little wheels up the top there. Sorry, 3 little wheels, one there, one there, one there. You won't get to them very well from the inside, but have a little go. So I'm going to paint that there. That isn't black, guys. That is not a black. And then I don't like this. I think I want to use it straight out of the pot. Right, so let's bring my light down a little bit. So I'm going to try and follow. There's a little tire tread. I'm going to carefully follow that around the wheel. Now, can you see that the track might be in the way a little bit?
Yeah.
Right, because the track is higher up. Yeah. Can you see, if you painted that track, you could probably paint that track without touching the wheel, but it's going to be quite difficult to paint the wheel without touching the track.
No, I touched the track.
That is why we paint lower to higher. I'm going to have to take my glasses off, guys. Okay, so remember we're painting the inside of the wheel first because it's going to kind of get us practicing. So this is where you've got to be a bit careful and a little bit more skill is involved. And if you are of a slightly shaky hand, you aren't going to get it perfect. But what I'd like you to do, Natasha, is to a point where you are happy with it. Okay. Don't obviously look at my work to see what I'm doing, but don't do comparisons.
Yeah,
now,
that's what I do, you see.
That wheel too much. I don't know if you can see, guys. So I've gone over that wheel too much. I've actually painted some of the wheel black, but I can always go back. It won't look as good because green over black isn't quite so good. But the main point, I'm getting practice. And before anyone makes any comments, I am trying to avoid the tracks. I know the tracks are going to be painted black, but I want to try and avoid painting the tracks for now because I'm trying to get a bit of practice with my accuracy with the paintbrush. Okay. Are you still having fun?
Yeah.
Good, because if you're not having fun, this is a completely pointless exercise. Although there are people out there that don't like doing the painting, and there's people out there that like the painting that don't particularly like building. You may fall into one of those categories. Now, I notice that you've placed the piece on the table.
Yep.
I prefer to hold my piece. What I was going to
see better.
that's fine. Whatever works best for you. Okay. Now, what I'm doing is I'm moving the piece to suit me. Don't go in and manipulate your hand to suit the piece. Yeah. Be the boss. Like if you see that this part of the wheel, I've got the piece around this way. Then I'm going to move the piece around so that my painting hand is still in my normal position. Okay. So because I can't seem to paint those wheels with leaving that green bit, I'm actually going to do it consistently, and I'm going to paint all of the wheel, not the inside of the wheels, but so that when I paint that green ring back in, it will be consistent on all of them. So if I don't get a perfect paint job putting it back in, it'll look the same on all the wheels. Now, something I forgot to tell you, so for which I apologize. When you're doing detail like this, where you want to paint part of it, but you don't want to get inside that wheel. So it might be handy. It's natural to paint like this, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Instead of painting downwards like that, use the edge of the brush. Okay. And that makes it harder for you to get the paint into the lower recesses, which is where we don't want it to go. Okay. Obviously, some areas I'm going to have to. And what I'm suggesting with this paint as well, once you've done a couple of wheels, you might want to consider just cleaning your brush and then drying it and then carrying on, because the paint starts to dry on your brush. So there I've got 6 real wheels and 3 fake wheels. You can't see those wheels from this side. So when you get to that stage, give me a shout. Work on the next stage, which is pretty much the same as the last stage. My MP says that he's going to have dinner. See you, Penny and Natasha. So
Enjoy.
that's a really good idea. Have you just had your dinner, Natasha?
I eaten before.
Oh, okay then. What did you have? Anything else? What did you have last time? Was it fish pie?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Right, well, I'll be back in a sec. I have a bit of a pile of chocolate, but I've just left it slightly out of reach, so I'm actually going to have to get up and go and get it.
Well, I can't do that.
So I have all my chocolate. I bought all my chocolate from a not so popular chemist brand.
Oh, what brand?
A not so popular chemist brand. Savers. I don't know. Are they? Would you class them as a chemist? What would you class Savers as? They sell drugs and things, don't they? And then they sell deodorants, and then they sell chocolates.
I've never been to. Yeah, I think that the one here do the same.
Let me get the bag, and I'll show you the brand, and then we'll get done for advertising.
Yeah, don't show it then.
No, it'll be all right. Those people.
Oh yeah.
Health, home, and beauty. Basically, they want to sell a bit of everything. But I discovered these, and I do like these chocolates. But I like the marzipan one, which I know provided everyone who's watching. Hang on, guys, we are running, aren't we? Of course we are.
Yeah, we're running.
Yeah, it says at the top of my screen that we recorded 0 so far.
Mine says live and recording 53:21.
Okay, that's fine then. But I can see on YouTube we are running. We've got 6 watching. Start streaming 52 minutes.
Yeah.
Just to end this live, I think I need to edit that, don't I?
Edit.
But yeah, I know I've just divided opinion by saying marzipan, because I know that half of you will go, I love marzipan and chocolate, and the other half.
I'll eat chocolate, but not the marzipan.
Yeah, there we go.
Marzipan.
So we are divided about as equally as I would expect our audience to be. But I do love marzipan. Maybe that's part of the reason why I love Greg's Christmas cake.
No, can't stand that either.
Greg's Christmas cake. And look, you get a little very expensive way to do chocolate, if you ask me. That one's Choco Crisp. That one
they all got marzipan in.
Don't know yet. Whole hazelnut and praline cream. This one is Edel Nougat. Or if you turn it round, it says praline.
Okay.
One is another lime flavour. I'm calling them lime flavour. Double caramel. So in other words, what they mean by double caramel is we filled it to the top rather than half filling it.
Yeah.
That's what they mean by double caramel.
I never knew that.
Yeah. Well, see, they use the word double, which means twice as much. But
Yeah.
the twice as much as what?
Usual amount.
Like double chocolate muffins.
Mm.
All it is a muffin with a little bit of cocoa powder in the mix, and then they've chucked in a few chocolate chips. So they're calling
Yeah.
that chocolate. So therefore it's double, isn't it?
Mm.
It's a bit of a con, I think. Right, how you getting on with that wheel? There's a,
It's not wonderful, but you
there's a
can't
little
really tell on the
bit like
stream.
similar in the ballpark to this.
You can't really tell.
I can actually. I can see your wheels are black. So, are you happy with them?
Yeah, I could. This
That's fine.
paintwork is something I've got to work on.
So, do you want a bit more practice, i.e., do you want to do the inside of the second wheels, or do you think you're ready to do the front, bearing in mind that the front is going to be seen?
Don't know. What would you say?
Why are you asking me? It's your model.
I know.
I know I'm pushing you a little bit hard, Natasha, and like I'm making you make decisions and things, but it's your model. I want you to be happy with this because you are happy, as opposed to me saying you should be happy and therefore you're happy because everyone says you should.
I have got some in the middle of the wheel.
Right. Okay. Well,
On
we can
some of
fix
it,
that.
not all of it.
It's okay. We can go back and we can fix that because
Mm.
remember we're painting the lower areas and move, but we'll
But
just
this
do a
is
little.
on the back, so you're not going to see it.
Exactly. Right. Okay. Well, let's give you a bit more practice and we'll paint the back of the wheels on the other side.
This one.
Okay. So exactly the same as before. We're going, I'll take my glasses off again. So we're going around the edges of the wheel as close as we can. I see I can't miss that raised part of the wheel. So because I know I'm struggling, I'm not even going to bother trying to miss it because I know that I can do cleanup afterwards. In fact, this wheel is probably the worst one out of the lot so far. Okay. But if you use the edge of your brush a little slightly further down, you aren't going to get paint inside the actual wheel. Okay. Don't know if you can see that very well, guys. Now, I haven't painted the middle of the wheel, and by the middle I mean this part there, because the tactic that I'm going to use is that we'll paint the outer edges on this side, the outer edges on the other side, and then we'll join the gaps up later on. Now I'm extremely lucky with this paint. This paint is actually really, really good, and I'm using it straight out of the pot. But obviously bear in mind that if your paint is thickened up, you do need to thin it down, which I've got you to do, haven't I, Natasha?
Yeah, I had to thin mine down.
Yeah. I mean, that green, I think I had to thin mine down a hell of a lot. I mean, this wouldn't hurt to just thin it down a little bit, but I think this is quite usable as it is. Oops. So it's just 6 wheels, and then the little wheels on the top, because it's the back of them and they've not got any shape, because it's the back and we're not going to see it, I'm just kind of faking it. So I'm just putting a little blob there, a little blob there, and a little blob there. There aren't actually any wheels put in there, but And that's what I would consider forcing detail. You're forcing a bit of detail that isn't there. Right. So that's mine done. So I'm on chocolate and coffee break now. How are you doing on that one? Halfway through? More than halfway through?
More than halfway through.
Okay, that's good then. We've got Dale McCormack. I can see it says oh, Mac 3D says evening all. How are you, Dale?
I
know that now. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before.
I've seen him quite a lot
Right.
recently.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not always good remembering names. I tell you what, I'm still saying that that's a grey.
Mine is black.
No, maybe I've got a little bit of a bad batch of paint. I don't mind. It's a bit rubber blacky to me.
Yeah.
So I'm all right with it. It gives these a bit of a rubber
I've
look.
done it, but it's not wonderful again.
Okay.
But I'll get there eventually.
Okie dokie. Right. So yours is finished, is it?
Yeah,
so
I've done both of the backs.
We have no option now, but we've got to do the front.
Oh, God.
So we've got to do more. So be careful here. Let me just steal the full screen for a second.
Yeah.
So obviously the wheels are there are the same as the ones on the other side.
Yeah.
Right. But there's a little wheel up there. Do you see there's a little bar going across it? So you want to try and avoid that bar. So you want to get in that track there and around that wheel. I'm going to actually do it. So I think this is going to be the trickiest area. So we want to get in there. Now, we are going to be painting the tracks black, but for the purposes of practice, I'm going to try and avoid that track. Right?
Yeah.
So there you go. I don't know how well you can see that there. Let me put my glasses on and I can actually see as well.
Oh, I see the little tiny wheels right at the top on the right.
Yes.
Oh, God.
So you've got 3 of those to do. And then this little wheel, exactly the same as before. So we're going to use the side of the brush as much as we can. And then it comes round there. Trying to avoid that bit that's going across. I don't know how well you can see that, guys. And then I'm trying to not see. I am going to paint all of that track black, but I am trying to avoid it. Now I should actually, if you compare that to the box art, you will see. Actually, no, I've done it right. Oh no, that is spot on. So that is how we want to paint it. Can you see it? Can you see it, Natasha?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. So that's how you want to paint. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 big wheels, 3 little wheels. Are we doing? That's interesting. This big wheel there, we aren't doing that black, which I find quite curious.
Which one?
It's going to be this wheel there. It's the rounded wheel.
Oh, the big one.
But it has got some black outline on it. But I think we will leave that green and we might be able to pick some of that up with a wash. So, whoops. I didn't really want to focus on just you. Right, there we go. So, carry on doing this. And then, actually, as I've done this, I'm going to show you the next part as well. Right. Tell me when you finish that next wheel off.
Yeah, I'm on that little tiny thing.
Right. Sorry, I keep stopping and starting you. So are you finding it easier to hold the part up and manipulate it around, or do it on the table as you were doing before?
I'm a bit of both.
Bit of both.
Yeah, I'm a bit of both. Some of it I'll do it on the bottom, and sometimes I'll hold it.
Yeah. Okay, so
Okay.
once we've got that wheel done, you'll see that I've
Mm,
got one side done on this,
yeah.
one side on the other, and then obviously what we want to do after that is just join the flat surfaces up. So it makes a complete wheel. And then you can manipulate it backwards and forwards. Now, the back piece, this piece that won't be seen,
Yeah.
you know, you could say, oh, it doesn't need to be as good because you won't see it. I personally, I'm of the camp that I will paint it as good as I can on the front because A, it's practice,
Yeah.
and B, I know it's done. We used to have a little bit of an argument or a bit of a debate in Warhammer. Do you
Yeah.
paint the inside of a figure's shield? You can't see it. So is there any point in painting it? And I was firmly of the camp, I will paint it because then I know it's done.
Yeah.
Right. So
Best way.
that bit there is what you're going to end up with roughly. Oh, there you go. I've missed a bit. Look. How bad am I? Again, you won't see that bit, but it's done. And it's just one of those small details that's added something. Right. So I'm going to focus attention on you now,
Oh,
not trying to
great.
put any pressure or anything.
That's all right. I'm kind of used to this pressure at the minute.
It's fine. A lot of people have come to see you. And I'd like to think, because you've done so well, I'd like to think that there is absolute newbies out there that are watching this.
There is a friend actually has surprised me this morning.
Yeah.
It's Rachel. Do you know
Right.
what she's gone out and done?
What's she
Do you want to
done?
know? She's gone out and bought the Lancaster,
Wow.
and she wants to build that with me, so she's collecting it all. And
The,
she's
oh,
bought
what
me
the build
something.
Lancaster?
Hey?
What the actual part work?
Yep, the hatchet thing.
Okay.
She's gone out and done that. She's
If
bought
she's
something else.
watching, please do not watch my Hong Kong models one because I'm possibly going to rip that to shreds.
Yeah.
Having said that, part works. See, I'm trying to kind of come away from part works. When I started the bus, what, 3, 4? How long have I been doing this? 4 years.
Could be.
When I started that bus did the perfect job. The Eddie Stobart is perfect. The Ecto One. They all are absolutely fit for purpose. I did see an article in a Sunday paper. Now, this comes up every single part work that comes out. Well, every single Harshette. They all pick on Harshette, but they don't pick on Fan Home and the rest.
That's who she's gone and done it with. Subscription.
No, it's perfect. Listen, if she doesn't feel she has the skills that you have and that I have and that MP Plastics has and a few others watching this,
Mm-hmm.
the Harshette Lancaster, it's primarily a screwdriver build. So there will be parts for her to glue in, but she's also part of a community that will help.
Yes.
Now, I think I've only seen 2 issues of the Lancaster. But I think it's quite a complex part work build
Mm.
because there's quite a lot of gluing and stuff to do. And
Well,
issue two,
she wants to build that with me.
right? So she wants you to buy it as well.
No, she's buying it, but wants me to
Oh,
do it
she's
with
going
her.
to bring it round and you're going to build it together.
Yes.
Excellent. Right. Well, so I'm going to recommend 2 channels for you both to watch.
Right.
The first one is Building with the Boys.
Yeah.
And the second one is World of Wayne.
Right.
Now, if you want to watch any other channels, absolutely fine. But if you only watch 2 YouTube channels, they're the 2 that I would probably watch. Now, the videos that I'm doing, I will be showing the build for the Harshette, but it will be more in reaction video format.
Yeah.
So don't come to my channel to learn how to build it, but you can come to my channel to learn how to build the Hong Kong models version. So when you do this little wheel, the little tiny wheel at the top, don't forget to join the 2 sides up. Okay. I'm trying to be a bit sneaky here. I'm trying to be off camera.
Yeah, and put all the focus on me, isn't it?
Now, there's an ulterior motive. You can smoke in your room. I can't.
Yes, I can. I'm not supposed to, you know.
That's like me at home.
But I'm just like, I don't care what landlord thinks.
Well, landlord isn't really your favourite person ever, is it?
No.
And he doesn't treat you as well as he could. Is that fair?
Nope. Yeah. If things were different, I would have listened.
No, I don't think it's the worst place you could live, is it?
No.
I think I've just painted all over my camera.
Nice.
Yeah,
That looked nice.
Oh, it's all right because I just caught the paintbrush up there. When I took the lamp down from my old desk, the lamp that I've been using for donkey's years, it's a big strip, and I looked on the diffuser, and there is brush marks of every single color.
Oh God.
Where I've caught the light every now and again with the paintbrush. You know, you lift the brush up and it has literally got every single color imaginable on it. So it's easily clean because it's only acrylic paints.
True.
But it's quite fun. And now I completely forgotten what I was going to say. Yeah, so if I can get this done really, really quick without rushing it, obviously, I might be able to sort of have a crafty cigarette at the front.
Go for it. You'll finish it before me.
Well, yeah, but that's only because of experience.
Exactly.
Are you finding the second set of tracks easier than the first?
I'm finding it the same because
Okay,
I'm
same
not
as mine. It just means
not used to painting like this.
No, you're
And
gonna
trying
go.
to keep my hand steady, it's quite hard.
This is it. Yeah. I mean, not all things are painted this way, and you might have. See now, if you built a 1:35 scale tank, which is much bigger than this, more than twice the size, you would probably have these wheels separate. You would paint them, then you would stick them on, and then you'd put the track on the top. So you wouldn't have the little issues that we've got here, painting small tracks, trying to avoid this and that, because it just wouldn't be there when you come to paint it.
No.
However, you've then got the issues of making track.
Yeah.
So, you know, each thing brings its own little challenge.
True.
So big models are good because you haven't got the tiny detail like we've got here. But then it's harder in other areas because it allows more detail to be added.
Yep.
Right. So that's me done all bar the tracks.
Is that on both?
Yep. How you
wow.
getting?
I'm behind.
No, don't say behind because behind is a bit of a negative word.
I'll catch up.
I'm a little bit faster. Dale McCormick says, "Old second World of Wayne." So there you go. So watching him on the build, Right, there we go. Dale says, looking good, Tasha. Oi, oi, ladies in chat. Hey, Sprue, how are you, my good friend?
Brew!
I'll tell you what I've forgotten to do.
What?
Post a
I
link.
don't know what you've forgotten to do.
Post a link.
Oh, right, yeah.
Oh, hang on, I can't. Right,
Why?
only post a link in YouTube because for some reason, there we go. And then, oh, hang on, it's doing that. I really hate you get these reaction things
Oh, yeah.
and stuff like that. But what it does mean is I can't access the comment because I'm going to have to just get my keyboard out and so when the last comment I can never access because that bloody love heart is in the way.
Oh, yeah, it's on there with me and all. It's annoying.
Yeah. But what I can do, no, I can't access my comment. What's going on? What on earth? Why can't I access my own comments?
I can see it.
But I
On
can't.
YouTube.
Right, so when I do the three little dots. Smith Beats, can you do me a favor? Can you see if you can highlight that comment that I made where it says Talk Studio? I can't. The only way I can think of doing it is if I switch my account. No, I can't even switch my account.
Because you'll end off a stream.
No, on YouTube. But then I won't be able to post a link. Hang on. Here's what I can do. Switch account. Because I don't think my other account has been made admin or anything on my... Yeah, see, I can't... in that case... But that's really weird.
Pin it.
I'm trying to pin it, but I can't.
That's what you're trying to do.
I can't get three little dots on my... Oh, here we go. Found it now. That was strange. Right, so top of my channel, you'll see a pinned link. But if you join now this second, I won't be able to add you because I'm just going to disappear and I'm going to be really mean and I'm going to make Natasha run the stream on her own.
Oh, yeah.
So I will see you. I'm even going to put it on mute.
Bye then. See you in a bit. Man, I can't do this.
I am so glad I muted my mic.
Why?
So I've got my PC. Oh, I might disappear for a bit. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So I've got my laptop balanced on my suitcase because my table's not big enough.
Right.
They're going to give me a better room next time. Well, a room more fitting to my needs because there's nothing wrong with this room. But it's just that we've got a little tiny table. So they're going to give me one next time with a bigger table. But for now, I've got my laptop balanced on top of the suitcase. As I've just swung out, I've kicked the bottom of the suitcase and the laptop nearly fell off.
Oh my God.
And then I said the words, oh, sugar, but I didn't actually say sugar. But it was okay because I was on mute.
That's all right then.
So before I go for a quick ciggy, Dale says, take your time, Tasha. It's not a race. Okay. I mean, this is now week 4 of doing this.
Yeah.
So we've spent best part of 8 hours on this, which is
so far
not fast, but it's not slow. Now, there might be some people, obviously, we're going to be a bit slower because we're streaming. And I'm taking the time to stop and explain things. So we've probably done maybe 4 hours of actual work on this, maybe even less than that. Now there will be people, probably people like MP Plastic Models. He could probably have this whole lot done in an hour, hour and a half.
But
then,
that's a bit of pressure.
Well, no, it's not meant to be pressure. When you look at how much experience and all of his equipment that he's got, remember you're using the actual basic stuff that came out of the box.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I've already mentioned about varnish and washers and things like that, which you didn't get.
No.
But it's all about taking your time and building up your equipment over time. Anyway, look, I'm going to disappear for a couple of minutes while I've still got time.
Yeah, you got time at the minute while I'm slow.
But just remember, take your time. Slow and steady wins the race.
Exactly. I'll get there. Thank you, Mike. I've only just seen it. So, is anyone up to anything really, really good? Or been doing anything? Oh, Mike. I'll be paying for Simba, my little boy. And Sunday, guess what I'm doing? I'm going all the way above Birmingham. And I'm taking on 5 more budgies. Believe it or not. Taking them on. So I'm going to have a blue birdie. So you can't annoy me now with a blue bird. When you get the food. So yeah, I'm getting 2 blue birdies in that lot. One is like Hulk. No, not Hulk. Gandalf. She's the same pattern as that, but she's blue. And the other one is, it's a lovely blue. Bright blue and white. They're the babies. Youngest. So, just so you know, I'm taking on 5 budgies because my friend will only trust me with them. So I'm not going to just have 4 cages in there. I'm going to have 4, 5, 6, 7 of them in that living room. But do you know what? It's what makes me happy. No, I'm not coming to see you. Mike don't like me. And we'll have bird cage in the car. About 3 of them. She's already got names for 3 of them, so I don't really want to change them, so I'll keep them the same. There is one that looks like Hulk, but it's a female, I think. What I could gather. So, yes, I'm going to be 10 budgie woman. But you know what? God, trying to miss that thing is like I nailed them in the haystack, that. So, I am going to be 10 budgie crafty woman. So that's going to be fun. I can go out if you come. Nah, I want you to stay there so I can gib slap you. Got to give Mike his first gib slap from me. That's back to front. So Mike's got to have his first gib slaps from me, right? That's so hard to get in there. I'll play in the beats afterwards. That's my reward from gib slapping you. Wow, that is so hard. I am getting there though. Seriously. I'm going to gib slap the mic. I can't remember the place I am, but it's 2 hours from me. Probably about an hour from you. Because I'm about 3 hours away from you two. So, yes. I should probably change my name to Crafting 10 Budgie Mama. But no, I'm sticking to the name I've got. Because I like my YouTube name now. And I will say while I'm on pennies, thank you for the subs. Because all you guys that's made it possible for me. And Penny was the one that got me on the lives. I'm going to do that back to front. See it better. I'm so glad that's the back side. Literally. It will be fun to see, wouldn't it, T? Could you imagine it? Could you imagine what... Do you remember what I was saying in chat earlier? Oh my god, I was laughing as I was saying that. Don't tell Mike. Shh. How am I supposed to get in there? Right, I think I'm somewhat done. It's not perfect, but do you know what? Nor am I. It's something I definitely have to work on. Paint is my weakest point. But the more I do it, the more I'll get there. But at least I can say I've given it a go. I've misused. Now that would be even funny to see, wouldn't it, T? Oh, he can listen all he wants. Because I ain't going to tell him. No, 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 no. That's because he's all ears on me. Right, I think I've done them. By that bit in there. But that's so hard wheel. It's so hard missing any of that. Right there. Why do things have to have wheels? Use them as sledges instead. Whee! Well, you can tell I've had my meds. Thank you to you. I'm just doing my best. But definitely painting is my weak spot. But I could possibly work on that anyway as time goes by.
Sorry if I was too long.
No, it don't matter. I was chatting away and
Had
annoying
an
Mike.
interesting chat with someone. Let me take my headphones off because I've got to take my jumper off.
What? That was too fast talking for my brain then.
Yeah, just having an interesting chat with a guy out the front.
Yeah.
He's he makes entertainment areas, and he was sort of describing. He says, like, for example, if you were to build like a children's soft play area,
Yeah.
he's the guy that would come in and do it. And I said, oh, so you're basically, to bring it down to my terms, you're a specialist shop fitter. And he went, yeah, that's basically it. And then he was saying, you know, what are you doing? I was saying, what's saying about this stream? And
Yeah.
he's going, oh, and he's going, oh, I couldn't do what you do. And I'm like, well, funny enough, I couldn't do what you do. And we both agree it's the expertise, the knowledge is the expertise.
Yeah.
You know, people say, oh, haven't got the skills that you've got. Actually, what the skills are is knowing what to do and having done it before.
Yeah, true.
But would you kind of agree that what you're doing, now that you're doing it, it's not particularly skillful? The skill is you've just got to know what to do.
Yeah, and it just takes a lot of practice, doesn't it, really?
Yeah. And the more you do it, the better you get. Anyway, how are you getting on? Have you done those wheels?
Yeah, they're not wonderful, but they're all right for me.
Right. So now we've done the wheels,
God.
we're going to do the tracks. Now, some of these parts of the tracks, I'm going to just steal the full screen again.
Okay.
So some of the parts of the tracks will be really easy. So like this bit along, I haven't got paint on here, but this bit there is going to be quite easy because there's nothing in the way. And then as you get along there, then you're going to have to be a bit more careful. And then as you get to there, you're going to have to paint those tracks without touching the wheel. But remember, using the side of the brush, we can just help. And then once you've done the inside of that track, then do the other track. And then go back to the first one, and we can probably do the outside. And the outside is going to be easy. So to demonstrate what I've just said, and it's going to give me a head start over you.
Oh, well, I'm kind of used to that.
Not on purpose, though.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
so I'm going to start there. So
Yeah.
what I'm going to do is just, you've got these little ridges there. So probably.
Oh, so you're doing inside it.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. Right. Okay. Got you.
This is going to give us our basis for the metallic. Now, this part is optional. You could go straight in with the metallic, not worry about the black. But we've already got the black out, haven't we?
Yeah, I'm not wasting what I got out.
So when I get to this end wheel there, I'm going to just have to be a bit more careful and just do the top of the track. I want to try and avoid painting inside the wheel. Okay? Like so. Right? And then obviously once we've done that, we're going to give that a little bit of drying time by working on the next track. And then we'll come back and then we'll do this. The top bit will be easy because all we need to do is just paint across like that. You see?
Yep.
Okay, so off ye crack. Do you know what? I was just thinking I've not seen Lord Peter Webster. And
no, I've not seen him, but I did get a lovely surprise mail again.
Did you?
Yes.
Yeah, I can't wait to get home because apparently I've got a bit of surprise mail as well. And I can't think what it is because when Peter Webster is around, I try to avoid telling people if I need something
Yeah, that's
Ever
what
so
I
naughty,
do.
isn't he? And he does send. Oh, Penny needs this. I'll get something sent to her. So
Mine was off from the last live, and he was having a little joke about it.
right.
He said, what it is, Penny can't cheat on you now. And it was quite funny, because that's
Okay.
what we were laughing about,
Can you
because
tell me what it is, or are you not allowed?
I'm allowed.
Okay then.
2 different sizes paintbrushes.
Oh, wonderful,
So,
wonderful.
and he had a little laugh with me. He said, Penny can't cheat on you now.
No, yeah, it's not that. It's I mean, there is nothing wrong with these starter sets. Oh, be careful. Right, I've just noticed something on this track. Sorry. I don't know how well I can get a close up on here. As you go round the wheel.
Yeah,
Oh, again, work on the inside from the inside. Right, that's probably going to be better, because if you make a mistake, you won't see this so much, but you'll actually see a little line where
yeah,
the track and the wheel are separate. So
yeah,
try to keep that little green line on the inside. Again, if you don't, you can always go back with the green. In fact, we're going to do that after we've done the black. But but yes. So one of the things that I've said all along is we're going to try and do this just with the kit that you get from. Have I picked the wrong track up there? There we go. So obviously we want to do this just with what we get from the starter set.
yeah,
And you can build a model with what just comes from the starter set. But what you're already starting to discover is that you'll have other tools out there that are going to make the job easier.
yes.
Now, if you went out and bought every single bit of tool that's going to make your life easier, you might spend. Do you think it'd be an exaggeration if I said £1,000 on tools?
No, because it probably would cost that altogether, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Now, do you really want to go and spend £1,000 or even £500 on tools to build a starter set, which, let's be honest, has cost us £3.50?
Yeah,
Right, because we got it from Lidl's in their Christmas sale. But even at full price, even at full price, full Airfix recommended price
yeah,
is £11-12. Right
yeah,
now, if you built this and went, oh, modeling's not for me, you've wasted £12, haven't you?
yeah,
But if you went out and bought the kit and bought, so I'm just going to pause there. My brush is getting a bit clogged up, so you'll know when it's getting clogged up. When you've got nice fresh paint on it, the brush will glide. If it starts to feel like you're painting glue on and it's starting to stick, it's
yeah,
where the paint's starting to dry. Just give your brush a little bit of a swish in the water and we kind of start again. You might need to do that 3 or 4 times of doing these tracks.
yeah,
Yeah, sorry. So you've got that. Even if you spent a couple of £100 on equipment, oh, that's much better. And then you build this £12 kit, and then you're like, do you know what? Actually, I didn't enjoy that. So what am I going to do with £500 worth of equipment that I'm not going to use anymore?
yeah,
Whereas, if you're enjoying it and you want to do some more, you can go, right, I've done this kit. I'm really enjoying it. I want to do more, but I think it would have been easier if I'd have got this. So then you go out and buy this.
yeah.
For example, the different size brushes. Are you using the brushes?
Oh, hell yeah.
Good. And are you finding it easier using different brushes?
Yeah.
See, it's funny. You're now cheating and I'm not, because I'm using.
No,
Oh,
I'm using the small one.
so what size brush are you using?
I don't know, it's a very small one.
Okay, what does it say on it? Has it got a number on it?
I don't know. Peter will know. It's a very small one. It's a blue
Right.
thing.
So basically, the smaller the number, the
Uh,
smaller the brush.
I don't see a number.
Your typical everyday average brush, it's usually written about there. You see the Humbrol brush has got number 2 written on it.
Yeah.
Right, so somewhere along there might be a number. Now, the number, I don't actually know what they go up to. I suppose you could get a size 20 brush, which is going to be huge. Now, so they keep going down in number.
Yeah.
Right. With each smaller the number, the less bristles there are, the thinner the brush.
Yeah.
Right. Now, when you hit 0, they have a funny little system. Well, I think it's quite funny. The one that's smaller than a 0 is a 00. Right.
Really?
Yes. So it goes,
Wow.
say for example, 5 4 3 2 1 0, and then it
Yeah.
goes 0 0. Or sometimes they'll call it a 20, but generally they'll call it an 00. Right.
Wow.
And then they'll have a smaller brush than that,
Yeah.
which is called 000 or a 30. Most people would refer to it as 30.
Right.
And then typically your smallest everyday modeling brush would be a 50. Right. Most model brush manufacturers don't go much smaller than that. But I have seen a 10-0. I do own a 10-0 somewhere. It's not a great brush because it's not like a really good manufacturer. But that's the smallest I've seen. Now, the problem I find with brush sizes is there is no industry standard. You know, a size 2 isn't this exact size with this number of bristles. But typically that is a size 2. But you could go out and buy another manufacturer size 2 and it'll be a different size,
Right.
which is part of the reason why I like to stick with the same brand. But you may even find that you'll buy a size 2 in one range and then you'll buy a size 2 in another range and there'll be different sizes.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's because the job is designed for a certain purpose. So, for example, I prefer Rosemary and Co brushes.
Yeah.
Now, I buy a size 2 in their Series 8, I think it is, or 38 or something like that. Now, if I buy their squirrel hair brushes, which are very good for dry brushing,
Mm.
the number 2 isn't the same size as their Kolinsky sable hair brushes.
Right.
But a size 2 squirrel hair brush will always be bigger than a size 1.
Yeah.
It will always, if I go and buy another squirrel hair size 2 now, it will be exactly the same size as the last size 2 that I bought.
Yeah.
But that's because it does a different job. So a small dry brush is generally bigger than a medium paintbrush. Right, one area you may struggle a little bit, the little tracks there at the where the big hole is. There's not an awful lot of gap between the two wheels.
I'll probably find it as I go along.
Right,
I'm still doing the inside.
it's fine. It's fine. I mean, I don't know if I'm being fast or slow here, but I'm still working on the first track. This is a little bit on the tedious side.
Yeah, I
Which
felt
is
that.
why I've got to be honest with you, with the level of the kit that it is, if I was doing this for myself, I probably would miss the black off the tracks and just go straight in with a metallic. Because it's a very small scale,
Yeah.
I think the difference would be significant. Now, if I was doing this, obviously I'm trying to teach you the correct way to do it. I'm trying to show you techniques. And if
Yeah.
I was doing this for a model show where I want to win a prize, I probably would be going a lot slower and a little bit more careful. And I would most definitely put that black in.
Yeah.
So it really depends on, it's up to you what level of detail you want to do. You've got to go to a level that you're happy with. But you can't take shortcuts
No.
until you know the full way to do it. If that makes sense.
True.
Oh, sorry, that whoa meant that the part just flew out of my hand. I don't know if I'm still on camera, guys.
Yeah, you are. I just keep popping in and out of it because it's the only way I can hold this.
So just be careful around the edges where the tracks are meeting the wheel. We want to get the black onto the tracks, but try to avoid the wheels. Right, yes, I am happy with that side of the track. Still got the outside of the tracks to do, but because I've not done the outside of the tracks, it's given me something to hold on to. So what I'll do is I'll put that down to dry, and then when I do the tracks, I can then always try to avoid the last pieces that you painted. So I'm going to try and hold on to the green bits when I do the tracks. But
There we go. That's my inside done. Well, you can't really tell.
let me see if I can have a look. So you've done that inside about as quickly as I have then?
It is done. You
Okay.
just can't tell.
Oh, so I can see a little bit.
That's as best as I could do it.
Yeah. No, that looks okay. So now get on with the other one.
Salute, isn't it?
Right. So before I get on with mine, I'm gonna
I'm just gonna get my drink.
yeah, no problems.
It's next to me.
Right. I don't know where we are on the chat. Sub to Natasha, please. So we will actually be starting to do dual streams. I'm going to carry on doing exactly as we are for the streams that have been booked in.
Yeah.
Future shows that we haven't yet planned, they will be going over onto Natasha's channel. I want to try and get a bit of hobby love going on her channel.
Yeah.
So you were very excited today, weren't you? You got some subscribers.
Hit 50 subs.
Yes. Yes.
I was like, yes, I can do lives now.
Oh, can you do live? You've got to have a certain number of people to do lives.
Yeah, I have to get to 50. I could do videos. I've got about 7-8 videos on there.
Well, obviously you can't build a channel if you can't do videos, can you? So they've got to let you do that.
They're only short little videos. What I've got up to, what I've been doing with you. I showed a bit of the
Nice.
this tank.
Oh, that works, doesn't it?
Little, and then Mike goes, "That's not the same as doing 4-hour videos." And I went, "My phone will probably run out of battery."
Yeah. Right, so Smith Beast has not got that option. It's now been. So the comment at the top, if anybody wants to jump in and join us, I'd love to have Peter Webster on the show one day.
Yeah, come on, Peter.
So Facebook user, yes, you can. Party time. So take your time, Tasha. It's not a race.
Yeah.
And I really cannot emphasize that enough. So Facebook user says, no, you come to see us, Tash. I can go out when you come. You can play in the beads. Do you know, I love doing that. I've been round there a few times.
Oh, what, swimming them?
I don't know if they got that many, have they?
Oh,
I'll tell you what, I ain't sorting them out after you've been swimming in them.
Oh, come on.
But no, they have these, like, they get all these big beads in bulk, and they have this little plastic thing, and you fill the little half holes in, and you put all the beads in, and that counts, like counting them, and it's actually quite fun. Whether I would want to do that for like 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, every day except Christmas, I don't know. But when I go round and visit, it's quite good fun.
Yeah.
So, right, that'll be fun to see, says Teresa.
Yeah, because I said I'll gift slap him first.
Fair enough. He's still listening. So you're
Yep.
doing great, Tash. You really genuinely are. So Lord Peter says, hi, Penny. Tash, hi, Peter. Hi, Mike, Teresa, Athol, Manuel, Dom. Hi, Dale. Evening, Lord Peter. How are you? You are getting to know me, Penny. There you go. See? So this is why I try to avoid me saying I need something, because I know I'll end up getting it. But he did say that he sent me something through the post, and I really don't know what it is, and I will not find out until I get home in
I
just
wonder if you'll
over a
tell
week.
me so I can annoy you.
Well,
And I can go, no.
You don't need him to tell you what he sent to annoy me. You have ways of doing it anyway.
I know, innit?
So Facebook user, hello. Now, when you hear me say Facebook user, it's because we doesn't always come up with who it is.
Yeah.
But it will. You got to do some funny registration thing on Facebook, but I don't know much about that. Lord Peter says, I'm good, Dale. Cheers. Good, good. So Lord Peter says they aren't deer brushes, but I use them and not a problem to throw away if you misuse it. Right. So let me do a very quick explanation about brushes.
Okay.
So if Peter says that they aren't deer brushes, I'm going to guess they're probably about similar quality to these Humbrol brushes. This is what's known as a synthetic or a nylon brush, which means they're made out of plastic. Very nicely done to make the bristles. Now, these brushes that I've got, I don't know if they are, but they say they're made out of hair. Now, I think it did say sable, but I don't think they are sable, because it normally, if they've got sable on them, they've written. But these are, I don't know if you can see how these go. You see, that's a lot smoother. That's more hair-like, whereas this is a little bit stiffer. It's still quite hair-like.
Yeah.
You can see how it goes separately. So usually if you're buying synthetic brushes or cheap brushes, this is what you're getting. Absolutely nothing wrong with this brush. Do you remember what we said about the glues? When people said this is crap, right? It's not. This is better. Just because one thing is better doesn't make the other thing worse. This is always as good as it is. If you come up with something better, this will still be as good as it is. It's just that you've got something better. Now, I know pro painters that paint with these kind of brushes all day long.
Yeah.
Right. Now, I like sable brushes for sable is an animal, and we use the hair on the end of the tail or something to use the brush. So it's a little bit softer. The flow of paint is a little bit nicer. It holds the paint in a little bit nicer. And they're a little bit more expensive than the nylon brushes. And if you don't look after them well, see, these can be abused a little bit. And these will last you years because they're harder wearing. These, if you don't look after them that well, you'll be replacing them within months. But if you look after them well, you'll be replacing them after years. This is a very cheap set that I've had well over a year. And you can see that they're generally okay. This one's getting a bit worn out. You can buy things that help look after your brushes. This is quite hard to get hold of and quite expensive. But this is called the Masters Brush Cleaner and Preserver. You can see it's been through some gunky times. And anyone who knows this stuff will know that I've had that for a very, very long time, but probably not as long as they've had theirs. It's a soap.
Right.
And You know when you get a brand new brush,
Mm.
got that kind of hardness about it,
Mm-hmm.
and you need to wash your brush before you use it for the first time.
Yeah.
That's basically what that is. So once
Right.
you've cleaned your brush as much as you can, you then get a bit. This is a bar of soap, but it's not like your bar of soap that you wash your face with.
Yeah.
Okay, and what I do is I just get a nice bit on my brush like that, and then I'll just work that into the bristles like that, and then I'll get a bit of water and I'll just work it into the palm of my hand. Now I see people do all of this, and I feel a bit uneasy doing that, so I tend to sort of brush it.
Yeah.
And then sometimes what I'll do, if I want to give it a really good clean, I'll finish it off and I'll leave that on there like that.
Oh,
And when
okay.
that dries off, that'll have that hardness like a new brush.
Yeah.
And then obviously I need to wash it before I use it again for the first time. And it is quite literally, um, you know, if you jump in the shower one day and you wash your hair, but you don't condition it,
Yeah.
and then the next day you jump in the shower and you wash and condition your hair,
Yeah.
you know the difference between the two.
Yeah.
That's what this is like. You will feel the difference. But look at that. It's come to a nice point now. It's been nicely conditioned. I don't know how well that works on synthetic brushes because I don't use synthetic brushes. And then the next step up is Kolinsky Sable, which I say is the Rolls Royce of brushes.
Right.
It's much nicer even than Sable. Um, I can actually, the work that I would normally do with a size 0 brush, I can do that same work with a Kolinsky Sable size 2. They come to a really nice point. They hold really well, but there is a price tag.
Yeah.
A brush like this, size 2, I would expect to pay £2 or £3.
Mm.
A Sable brush you might get for a similar price, maybe £1 extra. Kolinsky Sable, probably about for size 2, maybe £7 or £8.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of money, but it'll probably be a good brush for a lot longer than this one will be. But that saying that, there's people out there. I mean, I had a discussion with Little History, and I told him how much I pay for Kolinsky Sable brushes, and he buys cheap £2 for a pack brushes, and
Yeah.
he gets really good results with them. But it all boils down to good brushes won't make you a better painter, but they will certainly help.
Yeah.
You know, like the old analogy I do, if you buy a really good pair of football boots, you won't become a Premiership football player overnight.
No.
But they do make the job a little bit easier. But yeah, so they're not expensive. But that, to be honest with you, I wouldn't recommend you going out and buying Kolinsky Sable brushes tomorrow.
No.
Learn to walk before you can run.
I can work with these. They are nice for me at the moment, you know.
Yeah.
So.
Dale uses synthetic brushes by Royal and Lankin now. Are they the ones that you get from the range? They're about a £5 for 10 brushes. And I've actually heard nothing but good things about those brushes. Yeah, they aren't as good as the brushes that I use at home, my Kolinsky Sable, but they are very good brushes for the price you pay. They're so much cheaper than Humbrol brushes and probably a little bit better than Humbrol brushes. So if you're comfortable using this brush, maybe nip down the range and buy a set of those Royal, and I'm pretty sure they come from the range. Do you have access to a range?
No.
Okay, then. So I
I'd
think
have to
it's the
go
range.
online.
Right. Oh, yeah, you might be able to get them online, mail order. But they are very good brushes for the price. But yeah, so Facebook user says hi Tash, and
Hiya.
that is us caught up with. Oh, there we go. I've been doing my bit getting Tash subs. Well, we'll all try and do a little bit, but that's what it's all about. That's what I mean by sharing the hobby love. If
Yeah.
I can send one person a week or one person a month over to your channel, and you get one new subscriber as a result of me, and one new subscriber um, as a result of somebody else, and then you get 10 new subscribers as a result of your work. It's all you're all going to get there, aren't you?
Yeah, I'll get there. I've
Yeah.
only just, you know, the other day I only just started putting
Oh,
videos up.
yeah. No, it's you got to start somewhere.
Yeah, they're only small ones because I don't
Oh,
want to bore people's heads off.
oh, it's but I see what you'll notice, Tasha, is that you might think your life is boring, but it's
Yeah.
actually of interest to some other people. And my bloody paint pot's gone on. It's decided to seal itself on. I'm
Did
not
you hear
cutting this
what's
off.
happening on Sunday with me?
No, what's happening with you on Sunday?
Oh, I am taking on 5 more budgies,
Are you?
giving them a
I
new home.
wondered. I wondered if that was going to happen.
Yes, I am taking on 5 budgies to as helping my friend to. She would only trust me. She messaged me after Simba,
Right.
and I was umming and ahhing for days. And I
You would
went, do you know
be,
what?
as I was with my kitten.
I
I
was like,
really,
what? Do you know what? I'm gonna do it anyway.
yeah,
And I can't tell my sister because she was saying to me yesterday, will it come to a point where you have to get rid of them? I said, I'll have to be on my deathbed before that happens. So,
yeah. This is the thing. I mean, if I got evicted from my house, um, obviously the easiest place to be rehomed would be in a bed set
yeah,
or renting a room, which means probably the cats wouldn't be able to come with me.
yeah,
But I'd like to think that I'll be on the streets before I get rid of those cats.
yep.
And
And
I
that's
can
what I said.
imagine you being the same
Yeah, they're
with the
my pride
budgies.
and joy. And oh, there's 2 babies that came from, funny enough, Mickey and Minnie. She had
Yeah.
2 Mickey, they passed away, her ones. So they're babies and they ain't got names yet. And they're both blue.
Oh.
One's blue and white. Oh, you should see the blue and white one's back. Oh
But the
my
thing is,
gosh.
though, what you've done for those budgies and what those budgies have done for you, because weren't some of your budgies really nervous and didn't really respond well to you at first?
Yeah, Mickey.
Yeah. And then you've kind of built that trust up over time.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been lucky. I mean, both my cats I had as kittens, so I suspect part of their character is been built up by me because
2
I
are a
know.
little older. Um, One's on its own, but apparently it's very noisy. And I just went, oh, well, that'll mix in very well at home here. And they're about an hour, no, 2 hours from me,
Right.
but an hour before Mike and Teresa. Because I'm three
Okay.
hours away from there.
Okay. Does that sound like maybe a little visit to go and see Mike and Teresa?
Mike will just run. I've
Probably.
been to Birmingham before and he ran.
Did he?
I went to Cadbury's World, didn't I?
Right.
Last year. I think, can we meet? Can we meet? Can we meet? But it didn't happen because they were busy. I think they had deliveries or something coming in.
All right. Okay. So
So
we had a reasonable excuse.
I couldn't divert there to theirs because obviously I'm with Positive Futures when I went.
Right.
So I couldn't exactly go, oh, I'm buggering off now. Because I
I was
already
going to
paid.
say because Mike Bunning, I mean, in all fairness, we joke at Mike and we do pick on him quite a lot. But when I was in Leicester doing Flixbus, I'd work a few days and then I'd have a few days off, not to the point that it's worth me going home. and then every 3 weeks I'd have 6 days off, and I'd go back to Glasgow.
Yeah.
I think I used to do like maybe 3 or 4 days work, and then I'd have a couple of days off, and I'd try and pop over on one of those days off. And there was a couple of times when, for whatever reason, I didn't go over, and Mike would be like, "Oh, I really missed you," and I'm like, "So for you to say, oh, we ran, that's unless it's because it's you."
Yeah,
And
it's probably
you know,
because it's me.
yeah, he's probably
Yeah.
not scared of me, is he?
Nah. He's probably just scared of me.
And
Little old me.
Ivy always make me laugh.
So I'll have some treats for her to get in the door
Well, this
anyway.
is the thing. She's very much of a barker when she doesn't know you. And then I think it was like the second or third visit, I turned
Yeah.
up with dog treats, and
I'd have
she's
done it on the
like,
first go.
yeah, but she's like, oh, dog treats. Okay, yeah,
Yeah. Know how to get round the doggies.
yes. But it was a couple of times. You're trying to figure out what goes on in her mind, because if you're sitting in the wrong position or she's in the wrong position, she's a
Yeah.
little bit nippy and bitey. And
Yeah.
I think it's more to do with where she's a bit older, and obviously part of her job is protecting the house. So it's
Oh
like,
yeah.
if you sit there, you're all right. But she has bitten me a couple of times. I think one of those times I kind of caught her off guard,
Yeah.
because poor old Teresa, sorry, we're talking about them in front of them. Poor old Teresa was like, "Oh my God, I'm really sorry. I said, no, it's fine. She didn't come across as she did it through aggression.
No.
Maybe I moved too quickly, or
Yeah.
that's how she came across to me. I know I probably could have been an arsehole and gone, your dog's bitten me, but I just much rather get into their head and try and figure out why, did I do, because, oh, God forbid I should ever have a dog put down because of something that I did,
Yeah.
like I
Yeah.
jumped too quick or something. Although, to be honest with you, even if Ivy was really genuinely aggressive, I probably wouldn't worry about it. I'd probably just be like, right, I'm coming round. Can you shut Ivy up, please?
Yeah.
I know it's a little bit unfair, but it's like, right, I'm not going to be in the same room as her. I will confess there was a while that I wouldn't be unattended with her,
Yeah.
just in case. But yeah, but I think now she knows me, she's fine. But that's kind of how you'd expect it with dogs, isn't it?
True.
Once they get to know you, they get to know your smells. Be interesting to know if I ever go and visit them again. Will Ivy still be okay? Because remember, I smell of cats now, don't I?
Oh yeah.
So do I still smell of me, or do I smell primarily of cats?
Bit of both. It'll be the cat's smell on you as well.
Well, because I did think it was quite interesting when I had Spirit spayed, brought her home, and Shadow started on her like she was a brand new cat. Hissed at her and bopped her on the head, and poor old Spirit was like, see, when I brought her home as a kitten, I know he was like, you're a new cat, this is my house. And she's like, yeah, all right, whatever, chill out, bro. But when she come home from the vets, she was trying to go up to him for a bit, hello, brother. And he spits at her and bops her on the head. And she's just got this look as if to say, oh, what just happened there? And the theory was that because she's just come from the vets, she doesn't smell like her anymore. She smelled like the vets.
Yeah. It's like when you go to hospital, you stink of hospital. Got
Yeah,
that hospital
yeah.
smell. I hate that smell.
But obviously the cats completely rely on the smells, don't they? And she
Yeah.
doesn't smell like her anymore. Doesn't smell like the house. So I am aware I've not been keeping an eye on the chat, but now I've almost finished this track. I
I've
really want to.
done insides of both of them at the minute.
Right. So you just got to do the outsides.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it to dry though.
It's all right. So are
I don't want.
you doing one and then doing a bit on the other one and leaving the first one to dry, and then when you finish the second one, go back to the first one. Right, so I've now done the inside and the outside of the tracks. I haven't done that top bit though. Sorry, that's what you think about the outside, isn't it?
Yeah, top bit.
So I don't know if you can see what I've done, but that's where I'm up to. So let me slap my glasses back on, clean my brush, and we'll do a chat catch up.
Yeah,
If there is
sadly I
any.
can't do that for you because I can't keep up,
No,
guys.
it's fine. Right, so hi Tash, I've been doing my bit. Penny had fun playing in them for days on end.
Yep.
Can be therapeutic. Got mine off Fleabay. Fair enough then. Yeah, that might actually be a good place to buy brushes from, is eBay.
Mm.
I think since we had the pandemic and Amazon, I
Yeah.
think eBay for me has been forgotten a little bit.
Yeah.
And also I try to avoid it because there's a lot of stuff on there and I end up spending too much money, and then I see kits that I want to buy and I end up buying them. I think half of my shelf is because of eBay. It's not a cheap hobby.
No.
I just get a few odds and ends when I can afford it. That's all you can do. I mean, look, I've got a lot of modeling stuff, haven't I, Tasha?
Yeah.
I've got cameras and I've got, decent computer and I've got all the various bits of hobby equipment. But I have built that up over many years.
Yeah.
Haven't just gone out with a blank check and gone, right, I want everything. And I think it's fair to say I've probably, apart from the few items, I don't think I've ever spent more than about 50 to 100 quid in any individual week. And I certainly
Wow.
don't spend that every week. Um, and what I am finding extremely useful, one of my main suppliers is MJR Hobbies, and
Mm.
they do a layaway plan.
Right.
Um, they will let you buy kits and they let you buy them pay for them over, say, a couple of months.
Yeah.
But I said to him, I'll decline that offer because if anything happens, if I bought like this Hong Kong models Lancaster,
Yeah.
it's 335 quid, and he'd probably say, yeah, make sure you buy half, pay half of it, and then give us a 50 quid a month over 3 months.
Yeah.
Now, what if I lost my job and I can't afford that 50 quid?
Exactly.
So what I do instead, I have a little standing order. Every Friday when I get paid, a little bit of money gets sent over to him for the savings plan, and I think I save 10 or 20. Depends what I can afford it and when. But I did recently, about the last couple of months, I did reduce it down to a tenner a week because the balance was getting quite high. Um, and I think, let me have a look because he did. I think sometimes I pay, I think it's been as high as 25 quid a week. Um, let me find it. Oh, so every Friday I get a message. So the message I got on Friday: hi Penny, backs of £10 landed safely, balance £405.51.
Yeah.
And that's just putting 10, 20 quid a week away. Obviously, it's a lot less than that now because I've just spent 335 quid on the Lancaster. Um, but yes, that Lancaster's cost me 335 quid. But I don't see it that way. It's cost me 10, 20 quid a week. And sometimes, maybe the worst thing they can do is tell me my balance every week,
Mm.
because sometimes they'll go, oh, your balance is such and such. And I'll go, oh, good, I've saved a lot of money up. What can I spend it on?
Yeah.
Whereas if I don't know what my balance is, I won't spend it. But yeah, it's not a cheap hobby if you bought everything. I mean, this airbrush, that was 20, 30 quid, which is extremely cheap for an airbrush.
Yeah.
But 20 quid here, 20 quid there, a tenner there, 30 quid there, it's all adding up. Um, do you really need this glue when you've got these?
Mm.
But this glue will last you for ages. I'd like to wager actually that this is probably cheaper than this, because although it's more expensive to buy this, it lasts you that much longer. This will still be going when this one's run out.
Yeah.
So, you know. Teresa says, sounds like it's the other side of Birmingham.
It's
Teresa
before
says,
Birmingham.
oh, do you know what? I'm still raw at that.
You get
So
it
I'd
through
gone
an
round
S.
Teresa's, and we had pizza. I'm just tucking into the pizza, and I get a phone call. They think I'm supposed to be working today. And I went, no, I'm not. I've swapped with, I don't know what
Bodyguard.
it was. Josh, we'll call him Josh.
Yeah.
Because what we used to do, they gave us a rota, and there was two of us working nights.
Yeah.
So basically, I'd work the equivalent of 1 on, 1 off, but it wasn't 1 on, 1 off.
Right.
So I think what we used to do, that's right, we used to do 4 on, 4 off.
That's it.
Yeah. So that wasn't how they planned the rota. That's how we did it.
Right.
And in the end, they just went, look, sod it. You two just sort it out yourself. So long as someone comes in, we don't really care. And I
Yeah.
think I'd just done me 4 days. And then this other guy hadn't turned up. And it was originally it was my shift. And they were like, oh, well, he's not turned up. So, well, it's his day to work. And did I make it on time that day, Teresa? Because I had to go all the way from Birmingham to Leicester. I couldn't go straight to work because I had to get my work clothes on, and I'm rushing to get into work. But yeah, I just literally tucked into, I think I was on my first slice of pizza.
Really?
Yeah. So it was annoying. I was just sitting down enjoying an evening, and
Yeah.
then bang. So she's lost her bark now. Oh, bless her. Yeah, there we go. Look, I moved a little bit quickly and she wasn't sure about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did. That's it. We did shut her in the kitchen at the time she first came, and we knew what she would be like. Yeah, but we soon changed that, didn't we? I don't think it's really fair that a dog should be shut in the kitchen of their own home. So Lord Peter Webster, I live we're going to have a meet up, aren't we?
Yeah.
We are going to have a meet up, and then maybe I can pick Tasha up on the way. Oh, pizza. Right. I couldn't afford to go to Telford last year. I've been doing some long-term planning. Next year's Telford is actually while I'm on holiday. Now, I have heard that the hotels at Telford get really expensive. But I've actually been looking at hotels now. I found a couple of hotels for like 150 quid for 2 nights, which
Wow.
I think is very reasonable. So I am definitely doing Telford. But what I'm going to do, because obviously I'm a long way, I'm going to come down on the Friday, book a hotel or B&B or whatever for the Friday night, go to Telford on the Saturday, and then stay overnight, and then go straight to London from Telford, because I'm starting my 3 weeks. So I am most definitely doing that. But what I've got to organise is for work to arrange the train from Telford, not from Glasgow.
Yeah.
Scotland is a little bit ickier. I do try to make the Scotland show. Did you say you've done the outside of the tracks?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm on the second one.
Oh, well, I suppose I better do a bit of catch up then, hadn't I?
No, you carry on. I'm just once I get into something
No, it's
slowly,
fine. It's
I
I've been
get a
slowing
bit
down because
quiet.
I know I'm a bit quicker than you, so I'm just sort of getting on with it, and then I'm just slowing down, stopping,
Yeah.
doing something else.
I don't mean to be a bit slow.
No. Sorry. Trouble is, slow is one of those words that's negative, but I don't mean it that
Nah.
way.
It means I'm just taking my time.
No, it's not. It's well,
Yeah.
yes, but
It
yeah.
is.
So are you painting these tracks going across?
Yeah, going
So
across
I
the
would
pattern.
say that because there's some detail.
Going the same way the tracks are going. The
Yeah.
thingamabobs.
Now do be careful. If you go like this, you do run the risk of getting paint build up along the edge.
Hmm.
So it is better to sort of paint like that, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So yeah, so basically I am doing Telford. Now the Scottish show, which I really do want to go to next year. I enjoyed last year's.
Yeah.
Now unfortunately that falls right in the middle of one of my London stints.
Yeah.
Now, but what I've done, and they've agreed this in theory, I will be in London for 3 weeks. Then I'm on holiday for a week. Then I'm in London for 3 weeks. And it happens at the weekend that I'm in, the second weekend that I'm in London the second time. So what I've spoke to my boss about is instead of doing 3 weeks London, 1 week's holiday, 3 weeks London,
Yeah.
if I could do 6 weeks London and 1 week's holiday, then that Scottish show will fall during my holiday.
Yeah.
And then I do 3 weeks at Kilmarnock,
Yeah.
which means obviously I'll delay my holiday a little bit, but it all works out the same in the end. And he says, yeah. And then I've had a word with London about it.
Yeah.
And the answer I got was essentially, we really don't care. We get told when you're coming down and we use you when you're down. So if you come down at a different time, we'll just use you at a different time.
Mm.
So in other words, we'll use you when we've got you.
Yeah.
Because we've mentioned about, I mean, Scotland won't allow it, but if I could sort of stay down for a little bit longer, London would be like, yeah, we'll like that. Not because they not. I mean, they do like me. They because they were looking forward to when I was coming back. But it's a case of they need bodies. So right, we've been doing this for a long time. I don't know if we're going to have time to do the metallic, which is a shame.
Are you in work tomorrow?
Yeah, I am, but I'm on a late. I'm just thinking about making the show too long. I think
See
doing
what the
roughly.
viewers think.
Well, I personally think doing it for about 2 hours is probably a nice chunk. But then saying that, I mean, if you ask the viewers, Mike's going to jump in there and go, yeah, do a 5 hour stream.
Yeah, he always does.
He
He's
does like
already
the
wanting
five.
my videos to be 4 hours, so you know.
Yeah. But, you
He's
know,
like,
we have to give the oldies some pleasure, don't we?
yeah, we got to do something to please
Yeah.
him a little bit.
Right. So, Teresa, I think you just, there you go. I think you just made it. You crouched at the door with the meaty strips. Yeah, that's when she did like me. Pete says I'm going Telford next year. I tend to be a hugger. Oh, that's right. I don't mind a hug. I'm going Telford this year. Not next. Keep forgetting it's a new year. I know what you mean. So yeah. So we are going to meet up, Peter, at Telford. I was going to make a suggestion for hotels for you, but if you live at Birmingham, then I suspect you're going to travel up on the day. But I am definitely doing the Saturday. I won't be able to make the Sunday because a Sunday I'm going to need to travel to London. God knows what the hotel are going to say when I turn up with my suitcase and then 14 bags of models. Because I did get a bit of a heavy buying session with Scotland. You still there, Tasha?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Oh, I'm jabbering away, aren't I?
No, go for it.
Yeah, I did buy an awful lot from Scotland, but I did buy a lot of books, which was good because books are good. I don't know if I'll buy more books from now on because working in London, I've got access to the British Library, and you'd be shocked at what they've got in the British Library. So, right, that's my tracks done black. So I'll just give them a little bit of time just to dry. And then, right, so can't wait to meet you. My driver will take me Saturday. Oh, you have your own driver, dear. Do you know, I bet Peter is like one of these lords. I bet he is a lord, isn't he? I bet he lives in a big stately home. He's probably...
Oh, you could just imagine it, couldn't you?
Yeah, he's probably cousins or something to Prince William. He's probably like 78th in line to the throne or something like that. You know, royalty, but he's not ever going to be king. Too far down the line to be king. That's how I'm now imagining him.
Yeah.
When you say words like "my driver," I'm like, oh, here we go. I tell you what, I bet he's out of my league, isn't he? You know, when he disappears at 4 o'clock, he's saying, I've got to go because of whatever. I bet he's actually fibbing. I bet he's actually off to have high tea. You know, Princess Margaret's just popped round from high tea or something. I'm trying to figure out where to take Marie October for our silver anniversary. Right, well, look, the only suggestion that I can make for anniversaries is make it as close to your... Is it your anniversary of your wedding or anniversary? Yeah, I guess it would be wedding. So personally, I would be looking at incorporating something from your wedding day. So perhaps take her to the village that you were married, or take her to a day out or something. Maybe, I don't know where you went on honeymoon. Obviously, if you went on the honeymoon to the Bahamas, it's not exactly a day trip, is it? Lord Peter Webster, I'm just a normal guy on screen. What you see is what you get. Yeah, I've seen you. Right, in that case, if we're going to carry on doing a bit more, do you mind if I run away for 10 minutes?
I don't mind, no.
Okay. Are you able to hold the stream on your own for that time?
I don't know how I can do that.
Tell you what, let's get you going, shall we?
What do you mean, get me going?
I'm going to give you an exercise.
Oh, great.
Right,
Can it
so
be
the
easy?
black track that we've done.
This?
Right. Yeah, the track.
Yeah, this, that I can't touch
that
because it's
now
wet.
needs to be painted silver. Well,
Silver?
I'm calling it silver, but it's actually gunmetal.
That one?
Yes. So let's have a look at your pot of paint.
Right,
mine is not great. Mine's going to need some work doing to it.
Yeah, mine's not great either.
Right. So is it usable? Is it liquid of some description?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So you know what to do, don't you?
Yeah, mix
right.
it.
So you need to get some of that out onto your palette. You need to thin that down to a nice consistency.
Yeah.
And then you paint the tracks.
Right,
not the wheels, just the tracks.
Okay.
Now, if ideally, I'm not a really big fan of thinning metallics with water.
Right.
I don't think it works so well. It splits easier. I much prefer to use thinners, but we're going with the equipment you've got.
Yeah.
Now, if you over thin that just ever so slightly, you'll see it separating in the palette.
Right.
Which what you'll need to do is just give it a bit of a mix with literally every brush paint full. So every time you dip your paint, you might just have to give that a mix. Now, the consequences of over thinning it is you won't get such great coverage and you'll have to do another coat.
Right.
If you make it too thick, you will get brush marks. I would obviously, if you can thin that to absolutely perfect consistency, brilliant. But if it doesn't go perfect, I'd rather you over thinned it a little bit than made it too thick. I can see that you've got lumps in your paint. Please do keep stirring until all of those lumps are gone.
I've got lumpy lumps in here.
So I am leaving you for the first time to do stuff on your own.
Yay.
But I know you can do it.
I try my best.
Okay, and then we'll see how much you, I mean, how well you've done when I come
How
back.
much I messed up, you was going to say.
Yeah. Listen, right, all I'm going to say, I've got two of the, I think I've got another couple of these kits.
Yeah.
I mean, it hasn't cost you anything because it was a very kind, some kind person sent them to you, didn't they?
Yeah, for Christmas.
Listen, it cost me £3.50 for this
Yeah.
kit. If you mess it up, the experience you've got so far, that's worth the £3.50. And I can always send you another one. In fact, I'm going to be sending you another one anyway, and not one of these, but because I found my Tiger ones up.
Oh, have
Um,
you?
yeah, the only thing I did say this before the stream. I'd never built this kit before,
Right.
before this stream, so I
Yeah.
didn't know exactly what we'd been doing.
No.
The only regret I have is that we didn't do the Tiger One,
Yeah.
because the Tiger One is just as easy as this one,
Yeah.
except you haven't got those little fiddly bits there,
Yeah,
right?
that the carpet ate.
That the carpet ate. So maybe if you'd have done the Tiger One first and then done this one, but no regrets.
No,
No
I've got no
regrets.
regrets of it. It's
No.
mine. I'm just saying mine's war damage. Sod it.
Yeah. Oh no. It's fine. It's all you've got experience of a second kit.
Yeah.
And then you're going on, don't compare it to other people. I personally compare this kit to my last kit.
Right.
So obviously if I've just done the Jet Provost, that's your benchmark. If you finish
Ooh.
this and you go, I think I've done better than this than I did on the Jet Provost,
Yeah.
then job done.
Yeah.
Anyway, keep stirring that paint and then pop a little bit
Yes.
in your palette, thin it, and then but what are you thinking of the color of it?
Mental. I like it.
It's nice, isn't it? I do like the
Yeah. Can I
metallic.
paint my bedroom like this? Oh God, landlord will tell me off.
I don't think you'd have enough paint.
No, I'll just have to get a
Um,
copy of it.
yeah. Right, okay, I'll see you in about 5:10 then.
No problems. Have fun. I'm going to have a party while you're not here. I bet she can still hear me. Right, I'm going to try it. Because I don't know how long I've got to stir this thing. I feel like I've stirred this for 20 hours. I don't know if that's ready. Do you know what? I'm just going to try it. Don't try, you're not going to know, are you? Oh my God. What was I going to do? Can't remember. Can't remember. Bye, brush. Have fun rolling. Have fun. Good job I got two of them out. God, here we go. Do you reckon I can get this thing properly? Oh, he's giving it a go. Excuse my nose. Noisy car or what? Did that one last, didn't I? Yeah, did it right. Woohoo. Did it. Look at that. I don't know if you can see it though, because my light is weird. My light in here is weird. I can't grumble at that. Gave it a good go. Hang on. Got to do something to do my nutting. I hope this is the right way I'm doing it. Sod it can be unique, can't it? Tasha's unique. Pin it like last time and test on a piece of sprue. Well, I didn't test it because I actually forgot about it. Literally forgot. That went right out of my head. Okay, it's looking very silver on my end, but you can't really see it. My lighting's annoying. I am doing it just on the outside, aren't I? Sorry, I'll do it inside and all. I won't be different. I think I need glasses because there's some I'm missing. Wee. Penny is back.
Hello. I have just been caught. I just saw the two guys that I saw last time I went for a ciggy. They got worse sense of humour than me, which I've just been caught out by his humour.
Yeah.
I suppose it's karma for my bad jokes.
Well, gotta be done, hasn't it?
Well, I was saying that because I was saying about what I did and that, and he says, "Oh, you come all the way from Kilmarnock?" I said, "Yeah." And the other one goes, "Oh," he goes, "Can you name 3 fish beginning with K?" So I was thinking about it for a while, and in the end, I went, "No, I can't." And he goes, "Killer shark, koi carp,
Yeah.
and Kilmarnock." I
Hmm.
said, "Kilmarnock's not a fish." He said, "Yeah, it is. It's a place in Scotland." Oh, God. Oh, this is terrible. This paint. It's like mud.
Yeah. Mine wasn't the best either. I was sitting
That,
there.
unfortunately, is the nature of Airfix paints.
Right, am I doing the inside of these tracks as well?
You're doing all of the track face, yeah, and
So
the inside as
including
well.
inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't go that fast. I thought, not sure.
Listen, I'm just going to change my water, as you can see.
Yeah.
You change yours, didn't you? You had clean water
I
stuff.
got 2 tubs, so
Yeah, see, I taught you well, haven't you? I told you to have 2 tubs of water, and I've only got 1 myself. Be back
see, I do remember the little
you
things.
see, you do. It does some goes in, and
Yeah.
you're not going to remember everything at once. Anyway, I'll be back in a sec. Just get some water.
1. She'll be back now. There you go. Where are we? Can't really see it. Yes, it is Wayne. It is Sherman that we are still working on. Just doing a load of paint work. Hello, by the way, Wayne.
See, I do miss my little creature comforts at home, like my little water thing where you just press the button and you got clean water.
Do you know what I'm missing?
What's that?
That I want to rob.
That you want to rob?
R2-D2.
Oh, right, yeah.
I miss hearing that on the side. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just going to put a couple of drops in there. That's probably way too much. And I'm going to scrape the paint off when you're wet. Did you notice what I said about the well, that's way too much water in there.
I did a couple of bits of water in it and I mixed it just right.
I don't feel that metallics mix with water quite so well.
No. And I was worried I did too much at the beginning. I was like, no.
This is actually terrible.
But
I don't know if this is usable, but we'll give it a go. We'll do our best. I'm probably going to.
That's all we can do with it.
Yeah, I'm probably going to wreck this brush doing it, but yeah, it's. I don't know if I can use this, and I haven't. I actually, can you believe this? I forgot to bring my paints with me.
Oh, so you have to do what I'm doing.
So I don't have anything alternative.
Ah.
But I'll do my best.
That's all you can do.
Yeah, but this might be dead paint. But maybe I've added too much water too quickly. Maybe I should just add 1 drop.
I did 1 drop and it was still a little too thick, and then I did it really carefully.
What I'm going to do as well is I'm going to cut this pot down. I think it's far too deep. So I'm just going to make it a little bit shallow. Don't copy what I'm doing at home, guys.
No,
So what I'm doing is dangerous. But why is that not cutting? That cracked down a bit too much. There you go. That's going to be a bit easier. It's going to be a bit more like your palette now.
Pardon?
This is going to end up a little bit more like your palette and less like a. I mean, these are really good, but I think this particular instance is a bit too deep. Maybe I should have thought about this before and then done them all before I started the stream, but there you go. That, you see, I got a little pot now. It's a little bit shallower.
Yeah.
God, I always make a mess when I'm modeling now. Maybe that's why I love modeling, because I get to make a mess. So I'm having to use far too much paint.
Yeah.
Because I think I've added, now I think I've got too much paint in. But as long as it's lump free. Yeah, it's really, I mean, this is literally 1 step away from being unusable. Also, guys, I'm going to ask your advice. What do you think of Humbrol metallics? This isn't really coming across to me as a great metallic paint. Is it because it's Humbrol or is it because it's dead?
Could be that.
Because obviously, if you're now thinking this is what Humbrolls are like, then you might struggle. But see, my metal color paints, they are absolutely fantastic. They're like liquid. They're what we call airbrush ready,
Yeah.
but they are literally like water. But they've got the coverage of thick paint. Right, I'll try that. Let's get a bit of sprue. I noticed that Peter did say about painting the sprue.
Guess what? I forgot
What did you forget?
testing it.
Did you not test it? How did it come out though?
It's come out okay. I don't know
Right.
if you can see it
So
though.
basically, you've got a little bit of experience now. You're learning to eyeball it.
Yeah, slowly but surely, but I did forget to test it.
No, it's fine. If you'd have forgotten to test it the very, very first time you did it, when you don't know what thick or thin paint is,
Yeah.
because that's the problem. If we say, oh, do you know, that's quite nice. If anything, that's still a bit too thick. But I've just painted that over the green from before. So I'll just add a little bit more water to that. But I think it's almost there. Yeah, it's just kind of moving on its own, but not much. See, I want to try and get this one coat coverage because that's where I lack.
Right.
I normally over thin my paints because I just don't seem to be able to get them exactly right. But it's better to over thin them than not make them thin enough.
True.
Right, so let's clean the brush because that's not helping, is it? I shouldn't really use the brush to mix the paints with, but I'm a bit naughty there. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. The coverage is a little bit rare, but
Yeah.
I think I'm going to need a second coat.
Yeah, mine will need probably a second coat as well.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Let's see how I get on. Right. Let's do a catch up. Catch up.
You'll get there.
Right. So I see we've got a lot of highs. Jesus. We was having a big party, but decided against it because I feel vulnerable at night or in a dark room because my sight and walk into people and anything in my way and end up spending all my time apologizing. Peter, are you one of those people like me? If you're in a department store and you walked into a mannequin, that you would apologize to the mannequin?
Yeah, I'm like that.
I'm like that, yeah.
If people look at me daft, and I was like, well, it looked like a person to me.
Yeah. So Lord Peter was to thin it like last time and test on a piece of sprue, which you didn't do.
Nope.
Wayne Welly says, hi everyone, how are you, Wayne? Hi Wayne. Is this the Airfix Sherman? Yes, this is the Sherman Firefly. I did mention earlier on, had I known what this kit was like, I would actually have got Tasha to do the Tiger One. I think the Tiger One is probably a little tiny bit easier. Not tons easier, but there's less fiddly bits on the Tiger One, but we've still got a good kit.
Yeah.
Hi Dale, hi Wayne, it's Wayne. Hi Peter, how you doing? It's a great little kit, and the Tiger One is too. Yeah, I have built the Tiger One, and I do agree it's a great little kit. Oh, actually, I don't know if that's going to need a second coat. I'll probably give it a second coat because I've
I
told you.
might do it anyway.
Yeah, I
There
mean,
might be
look,
parts I missed when I've done it.
I think that's quite. I don't know if you can see it. You can see the
Yeah, you
part
can't
that I
see
have done.
mine either.
Oh, look, you can see mine. So, anyway, I'm good, Bud. And how's you and the family? I'm doing good. And randomly, my daughter has wet the bed tonight, so it's a bit suspicious. Why?
Oh,
Too much alcohol, or is it she's just at that age? Oh, I like that. That's turned out all right, actually. Might be just a one-off Wayne that happens. Could be. I can't say it's due to the amount she's drunk. She's only had the same as usual. Gen 2, yes. So I think this one is Gen 2, and it is a lot better. And I think if you get a starter set, if the paints look like this, I think they're the Gen 1 paints. Now I've cut them off, but this one had a little hinge on it, and I think they're the Gen 2. That's my theory. I can't prove or disprove that, but all of the paints I've had with the little hinge on have painted a lot better than the ones without.
Yeah, I've noticed
That
that.
Yeah, was your black like that?
My black's like that.
Did it have a little hinge on it? Did it virtually paint straight from the pot?
Yeah.
I have been painting the black straight from the pot. No
No, I
thinning.
didn't. I had to mix mine.
Right. I mean, I might have just been lucky and got a newer one.
Yeah.
But I still don't think this black is black. I
See,
am
mine
convinced.
looks black.
But look, it does look black, but I think it's more of a rubber black.
Yeah.
If you're a Warhammer painter, it'd be something like Skaven Grey. Now, Skaven Grey or Night it's almost black, but it's just got a little bit of greyness to it. It's one step down from black.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know why I'm having to be more fiddly on this one than the last, but there we go. But yeah, I think I'm good, getting good for one, getting on target for one coat coverage. So how you diddling?
I'm diddling okay.
Good, good. You still enjoying it?
Yeah, getting used to it.
Good.
Still got to work on the painting, but that'll come as it does.
Yeah, no, it's fine. You'll find that there'll be areas that you like or dislike, which will be different from the areas that I like or dislike.
Yeah, everyone does it.
Yeah. I don't really know what I prefer and what I don't prefer, actually. I think this comes across a little bit wrong. I think the finishing I like. You know, you've been working on a model and then you do the last bits and you go, yeah, that's done. I'm liking that. Decals I like because that
Yeah.
really brings it to life. Oh, slow and laborious though, isn't it? But, you know, the more effort you put in, the better it comes. I could just get a big brush and just go,
True.
and it won't look as good, but I'll get it done in half the time. It's the little tracks around the wheels because I'm having to be a little bit more careful and I don't really want to get them on the wheels. Have you got much over paint on the wheels?
A little bit, but
Okay. I mean, so that's not a
not
problem.
major.
We can tidy that up later on.
Yeah.
If you want to, you might not want to.
Might make it look a bit different.
Not this for a game of soldiers. I've had enough of this paint and I want to get on with the next bit. You know what we've been forgetting to do, don't you? Unless you have.
Well,
taking pictures.
Yeah, well, not all the way through it, but
No, I think what we should have done is taken a picture of the same position at the end of every stream
Yeah.
So like last when we said it looks like a tank on the last stream,
Yeah.
with it all being painted green, you know, and then it looked good in the last episode, I think.
Yeah.
But I think it looks a lot better now. Much, much better. So to do that comparison, you know, oh, that looked really good. Oh, no, actually, it looks even better now. Oh, it looks even better now, you know. Because I think the once we got this gunmetal on, it's really going to set it off.
I'm hoping.
And I'm having fun. So if we, you know, even if we get to the point where we go, actually, it's not very good, but I had fun doing it.
Yeah.
That'll do, won't it?
True.
Yeah, I'm liking that. Really liking this.
And we're both quiet.
Yeah, it's because I'm focusing. It's the only trouble is with the painting.
You're focusing.
The chat tends to go unnoticed a bit more because I'm just focusing so much on the paint. There we go. I've overpainted there, but it's on the inside, so you won't ever notice it. I'll tell you what, I'm looking forward to getting a proper black though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. This black is fit for purpose for this model, but it really isn't a black. I think I've got the wrong color, you know. I reckon they filled out the wrong code. So that isn't black. I'm not great with my colors. You know, when people go, "Oh, that's a pink," no, that's a peach, and
Yeah, because everybody can see colours differently to another.
I can't. I'm not really good with these mauves and wine and burgundy, and but I can tell that this isn't a black. This isn't a black.
That's probably why mine is going to need 2 coats.
No, it shouldn't make a difference. But as I say, it's done the job. It looks nice. It makes the wheels look a bit rubbery.
Yeah.
Which might be inappropriate for all I know, but right. And I thought I'd mixed far too much paint, but it looks like I haven't got enough to do the next track. So that's not so bad. Yeah. Yeah, I ain't got that much. Right. Chat catch up. Gen 2 is better. It could be you have the old acrylic paint in the set and they're dodgy. Yeah, it could be. Could be just the cold, Wayne. My wife is forever running to the loo in the cold. It could be, yeah. It's -1. I don't think it's that bad here. -6 where I am. Oh, nice and chilly. It is cold outside, but she's 7. She understood, luckily noticing it while I had a white stick. I dislike stickers in the quick builds, but I know it's due to who. Yeah. I did. I think I'm pretty sure it's on my channel. I did the Spitfire quick build, and I rather enjoyed it. And I have got, and they will be coming on my channel. I've got the Mustang and the Messerschmitt 109 quick builds. Yeah, the stickers aren't great, and I think the stickers are quite thick, which doesn't help. But like you say, these quick builds, they're aimed at youngsters. They are that bridge between Lego building blocks and Airfix kits.
Yeah.
So, oh, I might just disconnected everything. Right. In saying that, I do like the look of the Sherman and Tiger quick builds. Yes, I'm not sure about them. I mean, they look quite cheap enough, to be honest with you. I don't know. I'm not really. I think if you're a modeler, you could sort of frown upon the quick builds. But then saying that, you know, you could frown upon the starter sets. But there is, in fact, actually, did anyone see Nigel's modeling bench? He
No.
released a video the other day about he compared two Spitfires. One is the main Spitfire that's Airfix do, and one is the starter set. Now, a lot of people, without even touching the starter sets, they sort of frown upon them. But they're actually pretty decent kits. They've just got a lower part count. And so Nigel had a look at them, and he was saying, "I'm going to call someone out who has been sort of saying that these starter sets are no good." And at the end of it, he says, "Right, the person I'm calling out is me." And I thought that was a pretty good video, and
Yeah.
it was nice because, you know, he wouldn't get. I mean, the thing is, he's a really good modeler, and why should he deal with a starter set? You know, if you're good at modeling, why would you do a Spitfire starter set when there's so much better Spitfire kits out there?
Yeah.
If the only way you can get that particular subject is via a starter set, then yeah, fine, you've got no choice, and then you've got to do a lot of work on it. But you know, I could criticize this Sherman to hell. It's far too small and fiddly to be my favorite kind of model. But, and if I was an expert on Shermans, I'm probably sure I could pick on the detail and I'd be adding so much more. But here we are with Natasha, who's never built scale models before. Could you think of many more perfect models to do it?
I wouldn't know, but they might.
Well, you know, so, you know, you'll look back on this one day, I hope, and go, yeah, that starter set, it really wasn't a challenge compared to what I'm doing now. But it's probably quite a bit of a challenge for you right now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially small bits. Sorry, I'm going to keep that one going as long as I can. Carpet monsters. But it's nice that you met your carpet monsters.
Oh, yeah. Had to meet them.
Yeah.
Had to say hello to them.
Did you? What did they say? Did they own up to eating your pieces?
Yeah.
And when did
They're
they
like,
say?
you're not having it back. You can't find us. See, I've eaten them.
Yeah, fair enough. You actually got two kind of carpet monsters. The main ones are the ones who eat the parts.
Yeah.
But you've also got the arguably more annoying ones. What they do is they don't eat the pieces. They actually take the pieces and hide them up. And then they give them back to you just after you finish the model and don't need the piece anymore.
Yeah, some of mine is going to need a second coat.
That's
that black
fine.
was really dark for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you'll probably end up with a better result with your metallic.
Yeah. So
Because
get a second coat.
That much darker. Why? I thought I painted this side. Oh well, obviously I didn't.
I don't know. I just painted both sides. I thought, sod it.
Yeah, no, I thought I'd painted both sides. When I flipped over to give a double check, and it's still black stroke grey. So obviously
Sorry, I had to mute for a second. I had to blow my nose.
That's all right. I'm pretty sure we didn't want it to hear your nose, so you've done the right job.
So I thought, mute.
Right, let's see if we've got any more chat. In saying that, do you like the look of the show? Yeah. The Sherman, I think, did use rubber road wheels. So right, yeah. They look. I mean, if you've got black edges on a metal wheel, it's usually a fair guess that it's rubber.
Yeah.
But you know, the way I'm building this starter set, I'm building it for fun. If someone looked at it and said, "Oh, that's not right. That's not right. You want to do this," my response would just be, "I really don't care."
Yeah.
It's like the Mary Rose that I built. The primary mission on that one was trying out that dark dirt wash.
Yeah.
I tried the light dirt wash and it was good, but I don't think it was dark enough. And I bought the dark dirt and I wanted something to try it on. And, you know, I think the conclusion was that it was probably a little bit dark for that Mary Rose. But I got to try it out. It's a good wash. You know, and if someone says that my Mary Rose build was crap, I really don't care. I'll respect their opinion.
Yeah.
But I didn't build it. All of my, this is how my Mojo builds are going to go. They're not going to be built to be good. They're going to be built to do a certain purpose.
Yeah.
It could just be, I'm fed up and I want to do something else.
Yeah.
That Apollo 11, I've not touched that in about 2 months.
Wow, she had it that long.
Yeah, I started on that months ago. I thought, you know, while I'm still doing the other kits,
Yeah.
I can get those filmed and I can get myself ahead. And I'm not really as much ahead as I was now. But because it was so demoralizing with the engines, with the what do you call them, the blasters, it's really hard work because of the shape of them, and you're trying to file the seam lines.
Yeah.
And it's just, and I just really had to push myself today to do it. And suddenly the whole thing has grown, and I'm like, wow, I'm really enjoying this. I will pull the model out in a minute. I can do it now. I think that's that side down. Still got to do the outside of the tracks. So obviously video 1 is always the introduction videos. Where are we? Easy cameras. That's not the one, is it? That's the wrong camera. I want USB camera. There we go. Right, let me just lift this up. So video 1 is obviously the unboxing. Video 2 is this. That's all I've produced. I have blue tacked the engines on.
Yeah.
Because it's still a lot of work to do. I haven't touched any of this with paint. But that is a couple of hours work doing that. And there's the engine, the boosters. Now, I did maybe, I also did that as well in the last video, just so that I got something produced.
Yeah.
This is all I've done in issue 3. I mean, it still needs cleaning up, and it's got masking tape on because it's drying. But you've got the sections coming along. Oh, that I can't work this out because this comes apart there.
Oh, yeah.
There's nothing in it, but I think that's the bottom of that stage or something. And then you've got this stage that comes out, and then that's got a hole in the top there, but I can't work out what that's for. So that just seems a bit weird. But in reality, all it is it's a few little tubes that we've put together. But mojo wise, it's really, oh, these are awkward to do. But yeah, mojo wise, it's a real builder. I mean, all of that in a couple of hours, suddenly you feel like you've got something. So I'm now sitting on something that looks like this, and it's not even finished. It's going to get even bigger. So
Wow.
now I'm waiting for it to dry so I can get on with the next part. I really want to just crack on with it, because it's, you know, when one stage comes out really well, that's what it does for you. Now the Harrier, I'm struggling with that one as well. That's why I've been struggling, because I've got two builds, both of which are crap. Really hard work. So, right, Lord Peter says I have the 1 to 35 Tamiya Churchill tank to do. I've got the P51 D-Day version. For Churchill, I have the 1 to 76 version. I'm going to go now. Getting tired. Right, you take care, Peter.
Take care.
Night, Peter. Night, Peter. Picked up another Sherman and Tiger. I plan on doing them in alternate schemes as a custom job. Nice. Very nice. Right. That is me caught up on the chat. That's basically what I'm doing with the kits that I've got. I've just bought on eBay. They are, I got a feeling most people will go, no idea what that is. I have bought a pack of 2 F-27 Fokker Friendships. Oh, look how thick that paint is. Can you see where I pull some out with my brush?
Yeah.
Still got the line. That's like, I won't say icing sugar. But yeah, that's really thick. But at least I know how to work it now, don't I? So the F-27 Friendship was a civilian propeller airliner. And the reason I'm not really into civilian aircraft, but I can't find any decals for it. But Air UK used to fly them out of Norwich. And when I was a kid, I was one of those sado aircraft spotters that used to go down to Norwich Airport and watch the Fokker Friendships come in and out. And so I'd like to build them in Air UK colours, which they don't come with the kit, but I'm going to have to do, well, I think it's going to be an exercise on my cricket machine. But I mean, I remember when Norwich Airport was just basically a wooden hut for the terminal. And they used to probably get maybe 100 passengers a day. And then they started bringing in the summertime, the jets used to come in for the charter holidays. And they used to rev those engines up at like 8, 9 o'clock at night. And suddenly there were loads of complaints from all the neighbours. I got really excited because jets are a bit more exciting than propellers. But yeah, so I got these. They're only 1 to 72 scales, and they're not very big aircraft in the first place. I think they hold about 30 people, basically about the size of a bus. In fact, I think my bus holds more people than the Fokker Friendship does. And they used to fly out to, I think they used to have 4 destinations out of Norwich. They had Heathrow, or one of the London airports anyway. They had Jersey and Guernsey. I think they had Aberdeen. And I think Aberdeen was their most popular one because they had oil rig contracts. But they also had a contract with Bristow Air helicopters who used to fly them out to the rigs.
Yeah.
and they used to go to the oil rigs via Yarmouth. So
Well, I've just annoyed your messenger.
you've annoyed my messenger, have you?
Yeah, I sent you some pictures.
Okay.
Thought you
Hi
might like
all,
to.
and Tasha, that looks really good. There you go.
Thank you.
Hi
I've
Scott.
given it my all.
Hi Scott. Speaking of jets, the Vulcan Howl is amazing. Oh, isn't it? Mind you, most of the military ones are, I think. I mean, I've seen F-111s, F-15s, and what's the new ones? F-20. Is it F-22s they got at
Not sure.
Lake and Heath? Or is it, no, that's the F-35. It is the F-35s, isn't it?
Yeah.
And oh, I used to love them, but they only fly at daytimes because oh, that's quite funny actually. They usually fly daytimes because the neighbours complain, and that's the agreement that the American Air Force has got with the people of Brandon. But apparently, years ago when they did that Libya strike, what was that in the 80s? Must have been early 80s.
If it was early 80s, I was
Well,
85.
they took off at night.
All right.
Apparently, they had so many complaints. It's like, yeah, we've just done an anti-terrorist mission, and all you complained about is you couldn't sleep well at night. The world is a safer place because of us, and you're complaining
Yeah.
because your windows shook. But yeah, I do love me jet military aircraft. Well, actually, I don't know. Do you know what? I don't know what I like anymore because I used to do all I ever used to do was aircraft, and most of the aircraft that I did were U.S. Navy. And I don't think thinking about it now that I've been trying different models,
Yeah.
I don't think it's so much that I didn't like other things. I think it was just quite simply I'd never given it a chance. Um, that Tiger One starter set, which I still haven't finished to be honest with you, is my first ever tank. Now I know it's not a challenging tank, but I had said to someone a while back, I said, you know, I was talking about tanks.
Yeah.
They look really good and they look slightly different techniques, especially with the weathering. Because obviously, with an aeroplane, you don't cake the wheels up in mud, do you? But whereas you would with tanks.
No.
And I said to this guy, I said, well, how do I know if I like them? He says, and he gave me a list of a few, I can't remember the list now, but he says, oh, here's a few tanks ideas for you to try. They're not expensive, but you get a good result.
Yeah.
And they're a nice size. You know, they're all 1:35 scale tanks. I'm like, oh, lovely. I'd like to give a couple of tanks a try. Now, when this Tiger One came up, and obviously this one I'm doing now, I'm quite enjoying it. I don't think it's a massive challenge, but I'm now thinking, well, if this was larger scale, and I'd have to do all the wheels individually, and I'd have to make the track up, I think that sounds quite interesting. Obviously, the level that I'm at compared to the level that you're at, I'm always looking for that challenge of something I've never done before.
Yeah.
And then follow up with a kit full of familiar techniques. It's
True.
always nice to fall back on, you know, none of this is challenging. It's all basic stuff. And it's nice to fall back on that.
Yeah.
But because I bought that half track from that Andy's Hobby headquarter one, and I really want to get on with it because someone has actually said to me, without knowing how good or bad I am at models, oh, that's a bit advanced for you. So now I want to go out and do it. And I don't know if he said that being nice, or if he was just being a bit, oh yeah, you're just not good enough for that. But now I want to do. Well, part of me wants to do it so that I know I can do it.
Yeah.
But then also part of me doesn't want to do it because what if it is too advanced for me?
But then you're not going to know if you don't try.
Yeah, but it's a big kit to waste if I get it all wrong. I have cocked that F-14 up, which I've abandoned, and then I've gone and bought a more expensive, more complex Tomcat. Which is that a silly thing to do, or but I know where I went wrong on the Tamiya one. I should have painted that before in sub assemblies. It was the bit around the cockpit and the engine intake. I just couldn't get that painted because I didn't leave myself enough space, and I'm trying to get the two sides symmetrical, and it was frustrating me. Actually, I won't say I couldn't do it. The frustration got the better of me, and I just went, sod this.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, and then I had to make the video going, I'm sorry, guys, I can't do this. And it's been sitting on my desk, and it's got a bit damaged, and I'm thinking, do you know what? I'm just gonna chuck it, and I will do that kit another day. I will buy that kit again, and I will do it. It won't get the better of me, but it has done for now. Oh, I had bought another kit as well. I knew I'd bought another kit, but this is a bit of a special one. Let me just do a catch up on chat.
Oh, is this the one I'm thinking of?
I don't know. Hi, Wayne and Dale. F-35. Tamiya Easy 8 Sherman is supposed to be the best starter. There you go. That's the one I'm going to get then. Right. So I haven't heard anything further from this, but I have been told the other day that we have lost P40 F20.
Yeah.
There's a post on Facebook. He died suddenly, which is obviously very, very sad news.
Yeah.
I'd actually, one of my builds was going to be the Sky Raider. I don't know if you know I'm building a Sky Raider, but I've been doing that all off camera. I've been kind of picking it up here and there, and he said, "Oh, he'd love to see me build it." So I actually bought it again to do on camera with the wing fold kit. But I know, because I feel a bit silly for asking now. But I said to him, "What's your nickname P40 F20 about?" And he said his favorite aircraft is the P40 F Block 20, and that sort of taught me about all the different blocks. So I have found it's a terrible, terrible kit apparently, according to YouTube. But I have found the F20 F40 F. Don't know what block it is, and I don't know how you could tell the difference between block 20 and block 30 and block 40. Apparently it's to do with which factory it was made at. But yeah, so I bought a P40F, the actual F, and I'm going to do a little bit of self-indulgence with it. I'm going to build it in, let me see if I pronounce this right, the Tuskegee Airmen. You know, the black guys, the black pilots in the war.
Oh, yeah.
There was a lot of segregation and racism and separation, and they had their own air squadron, and it was only black airmen, and they were bloody good. They had their tails painted red, and when they flew out to escort the B-17s, and the B-17s saw them, they knew they were going home because these airmen were so good. But they started off giving them crap aircraft. They gave them the P40s. They later on got Mustangs, which were better ones. Wayne Welly says they did a film on them. Yeah, but isn't that a terrible film? I think it's called Flying Tigers, is it?
No idea.
It's a terrible film. It's so overacted. But there is a pretty good scene where obviously the Germans were about as racist as they could be. And this guy had flown over this German airfield and then strafed a load of German aeroplanes. And then this German's and he's really angry because not only has he been like lost that little fight, but he's lost a fight to a black guy. It's really interesting. Anyway, how are you getting on?
Me?
Yeah, are you happy with what you've done?
Yeah, I've just got to do the wheels again because I have hit
Okay,
them with
no, that's
this.
fine. So you've got black outer wheels,
Yeah,
and then you've got silver tracks, right? So what we'll do, in fact, should we do a dry fit?
I drive it.
It's got to be a dry fit, isn't it?
Got to be on it.
So we'll pop the wheels on. For some reason, my wheels are going to fit now because now I put them on the right way. And I think that's nice. I think that's very nice. So remember, the wheels are flat bit at the top, shake bit at the bottom. Right.
1 second, I'll get there.
It's all right. I'm just changing my camera angle. And I've just put them on. That is the right one. Right. So that's what I've got. See, doesn't that look so much better than last week? And yeah, it looked good last week. I like that. I'm really happy with that. I like the black wheels on the silver. Yeah. Yeah, I'd be happy with that, Natasha. Even if the turret's a little bit high and stuck, but
God, it's shooting in the air, isn't it?
yeah, it's trying out anti-aircraft capabilities.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it. But it's hard working with this glue, obviously, to keep it moving.
Yes. So maybe, well, we've got lots of things to think about. So I'm just oh my God, I've got hundreds of messages. You said you're annoying me on Messenger. But actually I'm getting loads of messages from other people as
I
well.
thought something would be nice for you to show at the end of the stream.
Oh, that's really nice. Are these the new birds?
Yes.
Oh, sorry guys, I'm going to have to show you. So that's Bonnie, the blue one. That's Buzz Lightyear.
Yep, Disney themed they are.
That's Prince. Now, you told me something about this. What's a white one called? It's got a name, isn't it?
Double factor.
No, that's it. Yeah, something like that. And that one's no name bird.
No name yet.
Is that Bonnie? That's not Bonnie, is it?
No, it's, the other two are babies.
Can I name it?
Go on then.
Not Bonnie.
They do look similar, don't
That's
they?
Bonnie. I can tell the difference. And that's not Bonnie. And that one is, oh, that's nice. I like that little blue bit there.
Told you, blue and white one.
Yeah, but that's not
Jeez.
Bonnie, and that's not Prince, and it's not Bonnie. So I don't know. Can we come up with a name? Can we have that as a competition on YouTube?
Yeah, go ahead. There's two of them that have not been named, and I think they're both females.
Right.
They're babies.
Okay, so one could be not Bonnie, and one could be female, not Bonnie. Right, I'm going to have a little pop now.
No.
As soon as I catch there. Right, so Scott's Model, the new show on Apple TV has a bit of the red tails. Yes, I saw the opening for it today on YouTube. It looks all right, and I did spot that red-tailed Mustang. So I'm like, I hope they've used that appropriately. So Dale says it looks great. Wayne Welly says Starter Set glue is horrible. And then Scott says it's the first thing they throw is the glue. So we have said, I've said before, if this is all you've got, there's nothing wrong with this glue. If you now go out and find something better, it doesn't make this glue crap. It just means that what you buy is better. Now, I will agree, Tamiya Extra Thin is miles better than this, but there is nothing wrong with this as a glue. It's just that Tamiya Extra Thin is better to work with. When I'm in the hotel, I use Plastic Magic and I use ordinary Tamiya cement because I don't know why, but I bought a 2-pack of those. And then when I'm at home, you'll see me using Tamiya White, Tamiya Extra Thin, and Tamiya Extra Thin drying. But no, yes, all right, I will agree. I will throw this out because I've got better glues. But it's not, I wouldn't say it's horrible. I'd just say that there's better glues out there.
Yeah, it's made my tank not move.
Well, but it's made your tank, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's made my tank.
Yeah, and it's you haven't got glue blobs all over the place. And in some
No, but I do at the front, which I did get at the front. You know where it's them lines?
yeah,
2 lines at the front. I have got a bit of blobby glue there.
right, okay. So we should have
But
done a
it's
little bit of
first
cleanup.
go, so.
Wayne Welly says charming. Rapunzel. That's a nice name.
He's actually thought of a name that I thought of, which was Elsa. But I don't know which one to call Elsa.
Well, Wayne Welly is called one has said Elsa. There we go. Look, it's got to be worked differently. That tube glue. Yes. Basically, I don't know if you caught the first video, but I've taught Natasha the Airfix way, which is that you get a little bit of the box and you cut a little square and you use that as a little palette, and then you cut a little strip on the cardboard to use that as a palette, as an applicator. But to be honest with you, well, I didn't have any cocktail sticks left at home, did I? I realised why I've got no cocktail sticks at home.
Why?
Because they're all here. So, yeah, I've got my little, all my cocktail sticks are there, look, along with other things. But I've got these groovy little brushes, and you can use them as paint brushes or glue brushes. They're actually, I think these are designed for like makeup art. So that's just dropped on the floor. They're like eyeliner, eyeshadow brushes.
All right.
And they're for professional eye makeup artists, because obviously with sanitary hygiene, you can apply someone's eyeshadow or whatever, and then you throw it in the bin, and they work out quite literally a couple of pence each.
I'll be right back, Penny.
Yeah, no problems. So yeah, cocktail sticks. I mean, I love my cocktail sticks. I use well, it's one of the first things I told Natasha to buy was cocktail sticks, because I think just about every single crafter I know has cocktail sticks, but I don't know anybody that uses them for cocktails. So just saying. So yeah. Right, I'm gonna have a sneaky chocolate, guys. I'm gonna have a green one. Whole hazelnut praline cream. Bit disappointed there's only 4 of them, but I suppose they put all the favorites in. So yeah, I don't know what Natasha's up to. She's probably on a hide and seek now. Just focus me until she comes back. Yeah, so right now I've run out of things to say. That's how terrible I am. I don't know what's going on with this. It should be a timer at the top. Anyway, I noticed there's a comment just coming because I saw it on YouTube. There we go. Teresa says, I've had a tub of cocktail sticks on my table for over a year, and I don't even build models. But do you use them for cocktails? So, sorry, I know it's rude to talk with food in your mouth. When Ray says, I'm going to head off, I've got work tomorrow, and I know it will be a busy day of staffing as low. That's one of the reasons I love my job. It doesn't matter what the staffing levels are like, because I can only drive one bus. I could be the only driver that turns in that day, and I'm not going to work any harder than any other day, because only one person can drive a bus. Obviously, the amount of passengers I pick up will be a bit different because they'll all be getting on my bus and they'll be like, I've been waiting 3 hours for a bus. And I'm like, yeah, that was me 3 hours ago. So,
I am back.
you are back. Oh, welcome back.
Thank you. Mickey was having a night fright, so I had to go and.
Oh, bless him.
She's always having them for some reason.
What,
So I had to
always
go
have
in
done?
there, calm her down.
Right, what always have done, or?
She has been the worst for it. Sonny has done it recently, but I think that's because he's on his own.
Right.
Because he's used to Hulk and
That's what I
Simba
was going
there.
to say. Has he been doing it like for ages, or?
No, he's only done it recently, Sonny. So I think he's just a bit depressed because he's like, where's Simba now?
Might be.
So
Teresa's using her cocktail sticks for resin. Night Wayne, I have every respect for you now, Wayne Welly. I love working with people with disabilities because I have this thing about I've got no time for people that put things on, can't be bothered, trying to play the system. But you find a lot with specially people don't necessarily have the abilities that everybody else has, but they're trying their best, and I've got all the time. But it's not something I can do.
no.
It's not. I can do a day's work. But
I'd used to love to do it because I understood learning difficulties and all that. Because I used to be in the special needs kind of classes.
But you see, the hard bit for me is it's very frustrating until you understand how the head works. Like Chris, for example, with Chris's blindness, it's very difficult playing games with him.
Yeah.
Once you understand how his mind works and the fact that, because obviously the way his brain works as well as being blind, when he sees something, it doesn't necessarily register straight away.
Yeah.
So, like, and I say this a lot, playing Red Dead Redemption with him, and he's always running into my horse. And I'm like, Chris, what are you doing? But once you understand that he can see you, but he doesn't register, now I understand that I can work with him. So when we play Red Dead Redemption, the rule is if Chris is running towards you, you get out of the way. Move. Move. Run for your life. Yeah. So but it took me a long time to get to that point with him. Now, if you put me in a school full of people with special needs, and I'm getting frustrated with them until I understand them, and it takes me ages to sort of understand how they operate. Because everyone is different. It's working in general medicine is so much easier than working in mental health, because if you're someone with a broken leg, it doesn't matter, it's always the same way. It's the same procedures, isn't it?
Yeah.
But like when I worked with dementia care, and I worked with special needs short term and that, it's the person you're treating, and that's the hard bit. So hats off to you, Wayne. Wayne says he's been doing it for the last 7 years, although I've worked in school for nearly 18. Hats off to you, my friend. It's a lot of people out here couldn't do that. I suppose I could if I had to, but I just think there's easier ways to earn your money every week, like driving a bus. Go on. That's the hardest work I do.
Yeah.
Pressing the brake pedals to stop at the red light, if I can be bothered. No, I didn't mean that. So, right. Your thoughts on tonight then, Natasha?
On this? Slowly getting there to learn how to paint properly.
So, You can see that there's some tasks that are a little bit repetitive.
Yeah, I find a little bit hard, but I just persevere through it.
Yeah.
If that
But
makes sense. Keep
yeah,
going.
no,
Stop
it's fine.
going
So,
to myself, no, I'm doing crap here. But just persevere through it.
well, when we held ours up together, there wasn't a lot of difference between yours and mine, which means that either you're not bad or I'm absolutely terrible.
Mm.
um, but no, and you know, you wouldn't. Obviously, we've got nice viewers,
Yeah.
and I think most of our viewers would be positive. But if you look at the comments, then I don't think they'd lie to you and say something really nice when it's not. So the fact that, I mean, obviously I can sit here and I can, oh, you've done really well there. And, you know, if everyone else is saying it as well, there must be something in it.
Yeah.
So again, do that comparison between what you thought it was going to be like before you did it to what you're like now, because you were rather anxious, weren't you?
Yeah, man, I was even anxious on that plane. But I did it, I persevered through it.
Did you do that before the streams because you just want to see how bad you really were?
Yeah.
That's fair enough.
I
So
thought, do you know
when
what?
you
There's 2 penny ain't got here. I just thought, get the plane out and just see
yeah.
how I go. It's not
So did
wonderful,
you
but
when
I
you
enjoyed it.
no, it is good. You did really well on that, JP. But obviously you've given yourself a benchmark.
Yeah.
It's quite a high benchmark. Um, I'll be absolutely honest with you. When you did that, JP, I wasn't sure at first. I thought, well, actually, that looks pretty good.
I've got it behind me.
I know you got it behind you. You love that, don't you? So
Yeah.
Vicky's crafting home has joined us. She says hi all,
Hi, Vicky.
and she has says been watching you, Tasha, and you've done brilliant.
Oh, thank you.
So
Appreciate
yeah, you've oh, I just knocked my suitcase, which is not my laptop. So
it.
yeah, I can't wait till my next visit and I get a better table. I'm making do. That's good. I do like that.
Mm.
Yeah, I knew it was only a matter of time before you would do it.
You got to do it, ain't you?
Yeah, oh, definitely. Do you run around your flat in the morning going, way?
Yeah, sod it,
Do you
innit?
do loop the loops and stuff?
Yeah, I get it in front of the birdies as well, see what
Do
they
you
think.
really?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's sad or normal. I think it's quite
Do you know
normal.
what? I don't care either.
I must admit, I've done it before. You know, you're doing an aeroplane, you're like, eh.
Well, that's what it's there for, isn't it? You got to give it like that bit of fun.
Oh, bless. So Vicky says, I did try modeling and I've done some, but I struggle with arthritis.
Do you know any tips for that, Penny, or not?
Not really. See, I don't know where your difficulties are with arthritis. So small bits. I mean, would a good set of tweezers help? You know, maybe my backwards tweezers. I can't find my tweezers.
Are they something like this? Because they're a bit backwards.
Oh, you've got back. Yeah, that's it. I don't know what the name is, but I call them backwards tweezers.
That's what I call them, because that's what Peter told me.
Oh, here you go. I found them. So the thing about the backwards tweezers is instead of pushing to grip, you push to open, and then you pick something up, and then when you let go, you see it's holding the piece.
Yeah.
So then you can bring that piece to wherever you want to glue it. That may help. So it's literally you push it once, and then if you struggle with pushing it open, maybe you could find a way, because you don't need to be so delicate when you're picking to get them open. So that might help. Painting would probably be easier because you can get covers for paintbrushes. Because you're doing yes, at first they are
How do you
very
get these
confused.
open up? You'll see a video my first video on YouTube.
Yeah.
I was like, how the hell did you lose these? And
Yeah.
I did work it out eventually.
They're so confusing that actually the way I do them is I do this and then I put the piece in there and then I'm done it. But I've been using them for a while. I've got a set at home that I used to use for airbrushing. So I'd pick the piece up and then I'd airbrush it, and you could tell they've been used for airbrushing because they're all white, about halfway down, with white primer on them. But yeah, they do get confusing at first, but
I was doing all sorts. I was like, do you put it open? I was doing all sorts with it when I first got them.
yeah. But I guess it's like anything. I mean, it's like I still refuse to get into one of these cars that self-park.
Yeah.
And apparently you can get one and it reverses itself into a space. And that just scares me. But with me, I like to be in control. But yeah, it's like a lot of things. It's you got to get used to it.
Yeah.
I've been using one of the Palm Placer diamond pens because they're much easier. I don't know what that is. I never come across that. Palm Placer diamond pens.
I'll Google it.
But I suppose, I mean, arthritis is another one of these things that's on a scale, isn't it?
Yeah.
I actually quite worried. I've got trigger finger in my family, and I think I'm very, very early stages of it. Because sometimes when I'm painting, when I finish, I'll get like this, and I'm like, and my finger really hurts, and I have to push my finger very, very occasionally. Thick pen basically. But yeah, that hurts. I'm not at the painful stage. I'm just at my finger stuck stage. Apparently the operation for it is they cut one of your tendons.
Yes.
But doesn't that affect your grip?
No, it's to help you keep your grip.
Right.
Grip. But sometimes it doesn't always help people. It
Right.
either helps
Please
or it
tell
don't.
me that.
Eh?
Please don't tell me that.
Well, I just told you now.
Yeah.
It either works or it don't.
Oh yeah, it does hurt to release it, and it kind of makes you scared to carry on painting.
Yeah.
I say I've been absolutely fine today, but again, I wonder if these brush covers would help to make the brush. But then the trouble I find is if the brush is thicker, you're holding the brush differently, and then you're not using it the same. But again, could it just be that it was the way that you're used to using it?
Yeah, true.
So I'll be absolutely honest with you. With arthritis, I got no idea. And it's just one of those things that I worry about. If I pick up arthritis in later life, will I be able to?
Well, it's like I've got fibrosis. Some things I'm like, what do you do? It's like I struggled on one of the lives on what to do. Put something somewhere because it weren't working. Oh, it could have been to do with that shooty thing. And I couldn't work out how you put that piece at the back inside it.
Oh yes.
I really struggled how to do that one.
Yeah,
I was
and
like, what am I doing wrong?
I was struggling as well because I'm trying to explain to you.
Yeah.
You couldn't do it.
Nope.
And I couldn't explain any other way.
No.
And I was getting frustrated because I'm like, why is she getting it? Is she not getting it because she can't get it, or because I can't explain it well enough?
I think it was me just not getting it in general.
Right.
So some things I'll struggle on and some things I won't. I'll just get it like that. But that part on that.
Why can I not have normal friends who knows how to do everything?
I don't want to be normal. What the hell is normal?
I don't know. I don't know if I'd like normal actually, but
I'm just sticking to Pluto.
No. Right, Vicky says I'm going through one of those stages where I'm out of work but don't want to be. Oh, gee, I'd hate that.
That's what I do.
That wouldn't it? And it's made me feel that it will do. If you just can't do basic things, then yeah, if you can't do basic things, just basic things are being taken away from you for whatever reason.
Yeah,
that must hurt so much.
Well, I'm in the same situation, so I totally get her.
Yeah. See, I do appreciate how lucky I am. You know, I work hard and I earn good money and I'm able to do. See, I moan that I don't have enough hours to do me modeling, but I earn the money to because if I weren't working, I wouldn't be able to afford to do the modeling. So it's that balance. And yeah, I do moan I don't have enough time to get on with my hobbies, but if I couldn't wasn't working, maybe I'd moan that I wouldn't be able to do that. So
Exactly, yeah. Catch-22, isn't it?
yeah. Dale says I do modeling and 3D printing to help. Yeah, isn't it funny? I don't think anybody does modeling in order to help their mental health, but then they discover it has mental health benefits.
Yes.
No one goes, "Oh, my mental health is terrible," or "I've got
No.
depression," or whatever. I know I'll make a model, but they discover the benefits. But do you find it works both ways? If you're having a real struggle with a model, do you find that can actually make your mental health a little bit strained?
No, I'll just go, I'm going to
You
get
have
it
been
in
doing it.
whether it likes it or not.
I mean, like I showed you that Saturn 11, Apollo 11 earlier on. That depressed me. That first stage, I was so depressed about it, and like I say, I cracked on with it today, and just lovely. But I only did it today because if I don't do it, it won't get done, and I forced myself to do it. And like I say, I did that in a couple of hours, and my mojo is like way up in the sky. So
I
now I
think it's
can't.
also, what's the word I'm thinking of? Oh, when you're listening to your inner self more than the outer self.
Yes.
I can't think of the word I'm trying to think of.
I know what you mean. It's like you listen. Well, they call it the black dog, don't they, with depression?
Yeah.
And if you listen to that black dog, it's very difficult to explain as well unless you've been in that situation, isn't it?
Yeah.
But when you think there's no way forward, the easy option is to go backwards.
Yeah.
Or do nothing. I went through a stage when people said, "Oh, if someone knocks you down, you just get yourself up and dust yourself off and get on with it." And my response to that was, "But if I stay down, no one can knock me down anymore."
No.
And that's the easy option, isn't it? And
Yeah.
it's not always the correct option, but it feels like the correct option. So Teresa says that can be part of the fibro as things get confusing and then you get frustrated because you're confused. So going back to when I was trying to explain stuff, it wasn't Natasha's fault for not understanding. It wasn't my fault for not coming across. It was the fibro interfering. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that helps me because I thought I was useless on that day.
No, I've got fibro, as you know, but I've got learning difficulties on top of that. And then
Yeah.
I've got dyslexia, dyscalculia, and dyspraxia. So I'm getting all
Yes.
like
You
that
see,
with that part.
I pride myself on I'll explain something to you and then you go, "Oh, I don't understand it." I pride myself on being able to explain it in a different way. And sometimes I have to come in sideways or sometimes I have to back in, but I'll get there and I can explain things and then all of a sudden I couldn't. And I'm like, in the end, all I could really do was just like let go on with it. I
And I
think I
did get
just
it
ended up,
done 2 days after.
yeah. But yeah, you got there.
I got there.
Right, Vicky's Crafting says I was a bit angry in the beginning because I had tried to adapt the job to help me. And like employers are supposed to adapt what they can, but they won't. Oh, is it what they won't or they can't? Dale says I've also found interacting in streams can help too. You meet some great people.
I've
Yeah,
been raiding in people's
you
bloody
have. I've
lives.
seen you in some streams that I never thought I'd see you in. But you're
No,
enjoying yourself, aren't you?
I've been raiding little history. I'm like, well, there's a link there. I'm coming in.
Yeah. No, that's why you post the link up.
Yep.
If he's made you a blue spanner, he trusts you.
Yeah, I
Uh,
had a blue spanner the first time I got in there. We
yeah,
were
you've only got
chatting.
to go and say hello. But that's kind of how I see it. I mean, I'm not great with remembering names. There's a lot of names in here that'll pop in, and I'm like, have I seen you before?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's if I know you, I mean, I won't just let anyone just come in the stream that I've never heard of, because I know Little History's got in trouble for that as well. And it's such a shame when you get in trouble because of someone else's actions.
Yeah, I know, it's horrible.
Right, let's do some more chat. Vicky, not sure if can't or won't, but it's affecting their stats basically. Okay, fair enough. It's understanding how the fibro works. As I said to Tash, she's similar to me. It just takes time for people to learn. So again, it's treating the person, not the condition, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which is frustrating if you don't know, isn't it? Scott's model says, and he loves having you, Tasha. Yeah, there you go. Little History loves everybody except for the
I
horrible
think, I
people.
don't know if you would have known Carl.
Yeah.
Michelle
Isn't Michelle
wants me
lovely?
to do the craft side with her eventually.
Yeah.
She's invited me. So that
Nice.
could easily happen as well. I
Yeah.
just don't know
So
when.
we could have the Penny and Tasha show, and then when I'm working, we can have the Tasha and Michelle show.
So I'm getting around and I'm enjoying it.
That's what it's all about, networking.
I will eventually do the lives on here. So I've got enough subs, which I really appreciated.
But
Already,
you get the
I
subs
started.
by doing. Yeah. It's the subs won't come to you if you don't do anything. But you've got to get yourself about. Basically, if you're a businesswoman, this is the strategy that you would be using. You would be going to conferences. Think of someone else's stream as a conference. So you'd be going to this conference, that conference. You'd be chucking your business cards about.
Yeah.
You wouldn't get anything back on those business cards at first, and you'll get to the point where you're like, I've given out 10,000 business cards and I've got no work out of it. And then all of a sudden the work starts coming in.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then once you start doing something for someone else, they'll then recommend you to someone else. And then suddenly you got more work that you can deal with. It's exactly the same with YouTubing. You make contacts with different people. Some of the people that I've got regular viewers have come from other channels. And that shows when where if I'm doing a live stream at the same time as someone else, they'll, if they've come over from that channel, they found me through them, then they're not going to watch my live shows when the other person is. And that's fine.
That's fine though, isn't it? Because they will watch it afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. But it's everybody's getting stuff from other people.
Yeah.
It's all sharing the hobby love.
And it's helping each other out.
Yeah.
Supporting each other, isn't it, really?
Yeah. I mean, I know of a few YouTubers that will take the support off you but won't give anything back. But then I think they get found out after a while.
Yeah.
Right, where are we up to? He loves
got
having
up
you.
to Scott's models.
Yeah, Scott says he loves having you. He does. He won't let you on if he didn't like you anyway.
True.
Vicky's Crafting Home says, with the arthritis and the meds that treat it, messes with my head as well. And basically, I was on a call center and I was finding it hard to type, listen, work, the computer all at once. So I don't know if there's a way around that. I mean, I've worked at call centers where they've really gone out of their way to help people, but there's only so much help they can give. I mean, I had a friend who had epilepsy, and working the computer screens was difficult for him. So they put him in a different area. But You know, they couldn't take on 10 people with epilepsy because you can't put like 20 people in one department that only requires 5. There was stuff he could do, but you know, there's only so much you can do. I think he left in the end anyway.
Yeah.
Bearing in mind, some of those people we were helping were in a different country, even though they live in England, and half the time didn't know where they were themselves. Okay. Right. Dale says, I need to back up and get some content out. I pop in a live. Oh, you pop. Right. Do you know what? Oh, what's going on there? Why have I lost my stream? Oh, I think I might close my stream down. Sorry, what I mean by that was I was watching it on YouTube as well
Yeah,
as.
I've got it on my laptop because
Yeah,
when I turn the phone around, I can't see what you're doing, but obviously I'm 5 seconds behind.
Yeah, but it's just very handy. Like, I now want to go onto Dale's channel and I want to make sure that I've
If I click his name now, will it let me onto his, or do I have to wait for a link?
You can't from haven't. Dale, I have not subscribed to you. I feel terrible now. So what I will do, a bit to try and make it up to you. I will. Yeah, it's a little bit confusing, but it's like I can post links in my channel, or can I? Why can I not post a link in my channel?
I don't know, but I can see it.
Well, I should be able to post clickable links. Why is... Oh. Don't know. Right, anyway, so I'm not gonna dwell on it. But anyway, I posted Dale's link if you want to give it a look. Vicky, so I wanted to write it down while listening, then transferred. I'm with you. Yeah. See, this is the thing. It's this modern age. They're expecting you to go blah, 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 blah on the computer, and that's the way I prefer to work. I hate having bits of paper, but sometimes paper is the best, and depend on your circumstances, it's the only way to do it. But they then said it's because it's sitting stats I've got to cut out. And then John Barnes, I bet you're not the footballer, are you? I found your channel from Little History, brackets Terry's channel. Funny fella, seems to spend more time promoting. Do you know what? Yeah, that's pretty much summed him up. He does. He spends so much time promoting other people. Or
I
telling everybody.
Having a laugh on it. I just randomly raid it.
The other thing he does, which always makes me laugh, is he likes to tell everybody that you are watching in glorious 1080p. This is Little History's channel coming to you in glorious 1080p.
Yeah, I do like going on there when he's live when I can. Yeah. So hopefully I'll get taught how to do lives, Penny. Hint, hint.
You'll get there. Well, you got the software for it now, haven't you? Just don't do it at the same time. Well, you're on it.
Oh, okay. But how would I get to my YouTube?
You will set your YouTube up at some point.
Oh, cool. Need Penny's help for that.
So all of the shows that haven't been scheduled yet, which I think is, let me have a look. I can't because I'm in a broadcast. I can't see my schedules, but let me have a look at my channel. So we have already got one up for the 26th, which is part 5 of this, the 29th and the 1st. So everything from the 1st of February will start to go out onto Natasha's channel as well. I'm not gonna change the current stream because it does funny things on Facebook, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So But yeah, all future streams involving both of us will be going out on your channel. So we'll be able to get you promoted a little bit.
Done well to get 50.
Yeah, fine. And
I
you've
don't know
done
how I done it, but I did.
promotion.
True, I did get a shout out on someone's diamond painting page today
Yeah.
as well. And
And it's
Pencils
not,
and Prizes has been shouting out for me as well.
yeah. And it's not just getting the subscribers. I think the hard bit is keeping them. Oh, we've got
Keeping
little
them.
history.
Little history,
Yeah,
hello.
must have said his name 3 times. Right. Vicky says, I wouldn't get on my soapbox and then DWP cut benefits because they say I don't want to work. Yeah, I think they seem to have this viewpoint. It's all about you have to prove you can work, you can't work, rather than them proving you can. You know, it's automatic given that, you know. But it's a funny thing with benefits.
It is,
You
it's
know,
not easy.
being on my own, it's quite simple for me. There's no excuse for me to be on benefits. I've got a job where I shouldn't ever be out of work. Um, I've got no complications like I've got, you know, children to pay for and this, that, and the other. So if I ever lost my job, there's no reason why. If all I could find was a part-time job and a job that I didn't like, there's no restrictions. So, you know, it's very difficult for me to say, oh, this, you know, that, yeah, it's just, yeah, there's no excuse for me to get a job. Anyway, crafting budgie mama. I know who that is. That's you.
I don't know who it is.
Says Subdale. Little history says you must have said my name 3 times or something.
Terry. I said it 4 times now.
Oh, actually, it was John Barnes who said, no, John Barnes said it just once, didn't he?
Yeah.
So he says LOL. Yeah, that's from when I was taking the mickey out of you, little history. But like we said, you do seem to spend more time promoting other people than you do on your own channel. And like I say, you do love to tell people. We are broadcasting to you from glorious 1080p, which always makes me laugh when you say that. So it classes you as being in after call work and you can't be in it. Dale says, thank you. John Barnes has a smiley face. So at least we made someone smile today. Oh, my new air fresheners I've been right. So I bought an air freshener last when those plug-in ones, and it was nice, but I got that because I couldn't find the one I want. The one I wanted was the little, you get 3 different air fresheners and it switches from one to the other every so often. And it's fragrances that are very, very similar, but not quite the same. And obviously, because when you have an air freshener, you get nose blind, don't you? You get used to smell. So it just changes the fragrance just ever so slightly. Anyway, I saw it today and I bought it. And it's the spiced apple.
Oh, I love that. I'm addicted
and
to that thing.
Just changed flavor. Flavor? Do you call it flavor with air fresheners? So I've just got a whiff of it. So let me have a little look. Oh, it's on number 1.
No wonder why it's not doing it much then.
No, I meant it's on fragrance number 1. And when I went for the last cigarette, it was on number 2. But it's every time I look, it's on number 1. Right, John Barner, B4K soon. Oh, so I'm trying to imagine how this is going to go. So, broadcasting to you on glorious 4K.
Wow.
So Scott says, hello, Terry. Vicky's crafting home says, so I've been doing YouTube bits to keep my mind busy. She has good day, Scott, mate. How you going? That is exactly us. He said that exactly as he speaks. Good day, Scott, mate. How you going?
Do you want to see my latest diamond painting?
I always want to see anything you've done.
It's not completely
You are
finished yet.
far more talented than you make out to be. Oh, I saw that on Facebook. I'm jealous.
I haven't done the middle yet. I took it off just so you could see it better.
Really nice show, isn't it?
So it'll be finished tomorrow.
Nice.
Worked
I think
really
you
hard on that.
need to send that to me because I'm a greater Mandalorian fan than any of you. There should be a law that I should be sent that.
The law.
Mm,
Have you done the wolf yet?
no.
Mm,
No, I know exactly where it's been kept safe.
that's
I
alright, as
know
long
it's
as
in a
it's safe.
triangular box. I'm saving that for something special.
Oh yeah.
Like when I actually have time to do it.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it, when you got time?
Yeah. And do you know what? I've not done any diamond painting since I've had kittens. And I have no idea how that one's going to pan out.
God. Because my sister's got 2 cats and nearly a year old.
I tell a
And
lot.
all they were doing to her is getting in the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, because they're nosy, they want to know what you're doing.
Yeah.
They're
Well,
so,
it's when they have their I want attention moments.
yeah.
As you know, they don't want a lot of attention, but when they want attention, they want attention.
Yeah.
And all you can do is just stop, put
Yeah.
everything down, give them the fuss they want for 10, 15 minutes, and then let them get on with it. And then they'll just find a spot close to you so they can watch you. But yeah. So they will get in the way. That's what I guess that's meant to be, that's what they do. Plonk themselves in the middle. Yeah. I mean, I say I'm lucky with my cats. They generally let me get on with stuff that I'm doing. Or I chase them around with a drill. That works if you want to get rid of them. Shadow's a bit braver. It's like the vacuum cleaner. Shadow will watch you. Spirit will run for life. Put the vacuum on, she's gone. Shadow will sort of jump up on the sofa or something and he'll sit there watching you. What's going on there? How dare you bring that out? And then as soon as it's all over, he's fine, but he don't run away from it. Right. Anything else to cover?
No. Thank you, Terry. Just seen it.
Oh, sorry, did I miss that?
Yeah.
That's epic, Tasha.
I only just seen it. It's slower on laptop.
Scott's model says I. Is that an accidental press of the enter button, or did you change your mind and not quite manage to delete all of it?
Yeah, I do that.
See, now I want to know what the rest of that sentence was. I think you're a useless channel. I think you're the best. You just don't know.
Could you imagine Scott saying that?
No, I couldn't.
No.
I couldn't. But right, okay. So I think I finished the stream last time, didn't I?
I can't remember.
Yeah, I'm pretty.
Yeah, but you've got a saying to say now.
No, I don't know if that saying's working. I want to come up with something really interesting. Saying in a world where you can be anything, be better than you were yesterday. I don't know. See, and I keep seeing people come up with brilliant things, and I'm like, oh, I like that. But if I do that, it's obvious I'm copying. It's like I love when Building with the Boys goes, "Hooray!" at the beginning. And I'm like, I can't steal that, can I? Especially as he watches my videos, it's pretty obvious I'm stealing it off him. So, I don't know. I'll have to think of something.
I'm sure you'll come up with something.
Yeah,
I can't always end the stream. I go gobbledygook.
No, you're fine. You're
Look
absolutely
at me the other day
fine.
starting the stream, man. My arms went everywhere.
Yeah, well, it's fine. That's how you are.
Well, yeah, I can't change that.
Oh, I think the excitement is just built up. Look. So we've got a couple of LOLs. Scott's model says, there we go. That's the rest of the sentence. Look, because that's with the I. I'm unboxing prezzies that just turned up. How long did you take to think that one up? what sentence can I come up with that begins with I? So little histories like at Scott Models. What you get? What you get?
Yeah,
So
I'd be the same actually. What'd you get?
I do. Do you know what? I honestly don't know what's more exciting: a mystery package myself, or finding out what someone else has got in their mystery package.
It's like that box you sent me. I was like, I can't open it. Can't open it. Can I open it now?
Did
And I
you
got
want
to
to
the
open
point
it?
I want to open it, but I couldn't because I had to wait till the stream.
Yeah. See,
Bloody week you held me
I've
out for.
got. Yeah, I know. It's horrible, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's
waiting
just
for
like,
payback, innit?
I know. It's just like Christmas, isn't it?
Mm.
No. See, I have that problem every time I come home because I do my unboxings on a Sunday.
Yeah.
I do it during my channel update, and I work on the basis that Sunday's when I'm due to come home. Then I end up getting to London 3 weeks earlier, and I'm like, oh, I could come home on the Thursday, right? So of course, if I'm home on the Thursday, I've got all these packages,
Yeah.
and I'm like, I can't open them till Sunday. So you know, and now I know I've got to see. I'm coming home Friday. So I've got I've got I've got a package from Peter Webster, and I'm really excited to know what's in it. And Friday, Saturday, so I was going to have to sit there for 2 days, unless I
It's
can get
annoying,
away.
isn't it? That's
Unless
your
I can
payback for
do
doing
the
me a week.
unboxing. Well, see, the thing is, I could do the unboxing the Friday night, but then I'd have nothing for my channel update on the Sunday.
Exactly.
So I'll have to sit there till Sunday.
Yeah.
So
If you can hold out that long.
so it looks like the only thing that I'm going to be able to unbox before my channel update is the 6 bags of cat litter that I ordered.
Shame you can't.
No,
Could you
no.
imagine you doing a live stream of opening that? I'd be in stitches.
No, see, that did get a bit of excitement because I ordered a 6-bag trial pack of this
Right.
cat litter because all the flavors had run out. Flavors, all this different. It's this cat litter that it's like that silica gel, and it really does absorb really nice. And the flavored ones are brilliant. There's one
Scented.
they do, yeah, it's like they do one of baby powder, and every time the cats have a poo, the whole room smells like baby powder because where they scrape it all up, you don't smell cat poo, you smell baby powder.
Wow.
And
Okay.
it's actually a pleasure to change the litter, to clean the litter out, because as you're scraping it, and you do all the shaking with a little scoopy thing,
Yeah.
and then baby powder, it's brilliant. So, but they ran out of the normal flavors that I get, and they did one. It's 6 bags, but it's 4 flavors. So the
Wow.
excitement is, which ones are you getting 2 flavors of? So
Mm.
turns out you got 2 of 2 and 1 of the other 2. And that was
What?
it. Yeah. Well, you get 4 flavors, but you get 6 bags.
Right.
So 2 of them have got two. One flavor has got, or 2 flavors have got 2 bags.
Right.
So that is 2 of lavender and 2 of flowers, and then
Right.
there's 1 aloe vera and 1 of, I don't
Something
know,
else.
something else. So you're like, right, well, what we can do with the single bags, because when I change the litters, I like them all to be the same flavor. I call them flavors. We're not going to eat the cat litter.
Oh, I don't know. It's a bit weird if you did.
Right. Where are we up to?
What you got? What you got?
Replacement canopy and the Outlaw. Is that the Outlaw paints? I want to try those, but I'm not ready to yet because they're smelly paints, aren't they? And I haven't built my spray booth yet. I am building my spray booth in a couple of weeks.
Nice.
Well, I've got to do a lot more focus on cleaning the house. But exciting thing, my lodge is moving out on the 1st of February, which means I get my bedroom back. which means I get all my drawers and all my wardrobe, and I get a lot more space. And it's going to be a case of how much shit can I push in that space? More space.
I
Let's
can just
fill it with.
imagine that.
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
Yeah, I can see it all over.
Yeah, yeah. It's like
It's
when
like
I
my
was.
spare room. Everything's chucked in there.
Yeah, it's like when I was at Newport and I had this room that was absolutely chock block full of stuff. I kind of had to arrange shelving so it was a bit of a maze so I could get more shelving in. So you kind of walk like that to the computer desk. And the landlord, he comes up to me and he says, "Oh, I've got this other house I've just bought." He says, "It's got a bigger room. Do you want to move into there?" And I went, "Oh, lovely." And I went, "Oh, no, hang on." I said, "If there's more space, that's just more space for me to put shit in, isn't it?" He went, "Good point." I said, "If I don't have any space, I can't put any more stuff in, can I?" So, right, little history says unboxings on YouTube are like Christmas for everyone watching. Yeah. Scott Models, cool beans. Vicky says I was going to try that later, but they don't they kick it up with it being so light. To be honest with you, and I'm talking my cats, no, they don't kick it up anymore. They've only ever used 2 litters. I've used cat sand, which is good litter, but when it's had enough, it is, but it is good litter. And the one I'm using now is a Tiger Reno silica gel, and they don't make any much more mess than. But that's my cats. Shadow Spirit used to be a problem, but I think Shadow's told her off and taught her. Shadow is brilliant. For all I know, he might be unusual. What he does is he goes into the litter box, he has a poo, he covers it up, and then he has a little look. Yep, that looks okay. Then he has a little look from the other side and he sees he's missed a bit. So he covers that up. And then he gets out and then he turns around and he has a look, make sure it's covered. And then he'll be scraping the top of the box and then he scrapes the floor all around. Now, Shadow, she was what I just call a drop and go. She would just go in, put her bum in.
Spirit.
Has a Spirit. What did I say?
Shadow.
Did I say Shadow again? Yeah, Spirit. She'd go in, she'd just have a poo, and then she'd just walk off. And I'd be like, "Spirit, can you cover your poo up, please? Because it stinks." But now she started to do it. Whether she's just grown up and that's what she does now, or Shadow's like, "Yeah, hang on, mate, that's a bit of a problem." But she now covers it up, but I think she's picked up from Shadow because it's the way that they're standing in the litter box, scraping the floor outside, and Shadow does that. Unless
she's learning from Shadow.
Yeah. So there is a bit of a mess, and it's what comes of being a cat owner, isn't it? You've got to clean litter or from your carpet all the time, and everything you own is going to have cat hair in it. So everything you eat is going to have, because that's what I said to V. He goes, "Oh, there's cat hair in my dinner," and I went, "We're cat owners now. Get used to it."
I get budgies.
Yeah.
I get the budgie floofers, as I call them.
Yeah. But it's
little white things that stick to you.
Yeah. But it's the way it is. I'd like to guess that Teresa has dog hair in everything she eats, because when you own an animal, I'm sorry, but that's the way it is.
Exactly. But I wouldn't change it for the world.
I know they're going to kick some out, but this was ridiculous. Oh, I missed it. The one I got that was clearly too light and it went everywhere. I don't know. I mean, this litter, it's smaller. It kind of, when you first tip it in, it looks like big chunks like cat sand. And by the time you finish with it, it's all powdery. It looks like powder. It actually looks like washing powder.
Really?
The way it is white with little odd bits of blue in it. I think the blue is some kind of freshener kind of thing. But yeah, I know Listen, I'm not an experienced cat owner. I would say that's probably more to do with your cat. I've seen videos of cats where they purposely kick it out. I saw a very good one actually. A cat had just obviously come back from the vet. He had the cone over his head.
Oh, they
What he
don't
was
like that,
doing
do
was
they?
he was putting his head in the litter, filling his cone up, and then going like that and flicking his cat litter all over the kitchen. I thought it was hilarious. It was like he was using his cone as a spade. He was like that. Yes, it's the Outlaw paints. Yeah. I mean, once Outlaw gets a big, I mean, obviously they've got to start somewhere, but once they get a bigger range of paints, and they're going to have to come, I don't know if they have already, conversion charts,
Mm,
because no model manufacturer is going to put, oh, as an alternative, use this Outlaw. So they're going to need conversion charts as well. That's part of the reason why I use AK third generations, because they've come out with their conversion chart and I can convert just about any model, any paint to AK.
yeah.
So Teresa says mostly LOL. I'm using recycled paper stuff at the moment. That sounds interesting. But is that like needs cleaning more often though?
Might
Not
do.
don't clean. I mean, it's obviously we scoop daily, but um, we're trying a new thing this week because at the moment we've got, I know technically not enough. We have 2 litter trays for 2 cats. Then we have the litter tray in the craft room. So when I'm home, they've got 3 litter trays, but when I'm not home, they've got 2. Now the litter that we've got, it's might get more than 2 weeks out of it. They reckon you can get up to 3 weeks out of it. And it's one of those things where after 2 weeks, you're like, this litter's all right. We can carry on using it. But I'm not sure if I'll get a 3rd week out of it. So we just change it every 2 weeks, which is still good for litter. But once V moves out, we'll have a 3rd. I'll be able to put the litter tray back in the bedroom because they'll have access to the bedroom. So I think with having 3 litter trays, I think I'll get an extra week out of the litters because
Yeah.
they'll spread them. So I've said to Linda, my cat sitter, I said rather than changing both of them next week, because they're due for change this coming Sunday.
Mm,
I said rather than do that, what I'm going to do is we'll change one litter box. We'll let the other one just last for another week. It might be a little bit stinky come the end of the next week, but I'll change that. And then when V moves out, we'll introduce the 3rd tray. So now that means the first tray is 2 weeks old, the next one's 1 week, and the other one's brand new. And then what we'll do is we will change one litter tray every week, but each one will get changed every 3 weeks.
yeah.
And I got a feeling that that's going to work out with having 3 litter trays. And I think that if one does start to get a bit mucky, I think what they'll probably do is try and aim for the cleaner one. So, but we'll see. But Linda's absolutely brilliant cat sitter because she reports back so much, and it's not hard on WhatsApp, is it?
No.
Shadow's been really playful today. Shadow's getting there, but he's still a lazy fat bugger. He is. He's fat and lazy. We don't hardly give him any treats. Still putting on weight.
Wow.
Yeah,
Still.
yeah. We well, I've got the scars to prove it, but I weighed him. The way I weighed him was I weighed myself on the scales, then I picked the cats up and weighed them, and I subtracted my weight from the total weight. Spirit's put on 0.8 kilos. She's gone from 3 kilos to 3.8,
Right.
which I think is good because she's still a growing kitten. But she's getting licky licks and she's getting cat food, and she anything.
Yeah.
She anything.
Wow.
Now Shadow, he's been played with more. He's getting less treats. We're cutting back on the Whiskers kitten food, and I weighed him, and he's put on 0.2 kilos.
Wow.
Oh, how has he done that? I don't know. So he must have some secret chocolate supply or something that I don't know about.
Yeah.
Maybe he has some.
Always hiding it.
Well, maybe the postman is popping dreamies through the letterbox. I don't know.
You could just imagine that, couldn't you?
Yeah, I don't know. So, but I booked them in for the vets. I did book them in for their. I was looking for an excuse to take them down the vets to weigh them on their scales and ask them a bit of advice. So I went, "Oh, can I book them in for nail trim?" And they went, "Yeah, no problems." And the next day, I got a text message saying, "Oh, Shadow and Spirit are due their 6 monthly health check." I went, "Right, that'll do. That's exactly what I'm after." So I'll get them down the vet on. Plus, I like getting them down the vet because the more times you put them in the cat carrier and they go somewhere nice and not get hurt, then obviously it makes it more pleasurable, doesn't it? Because the last time Spirit went to the vets, she had her insides cut out and she came home all dopey with a cone on her head. And Shadow, the last couple of times he'd just gone for little checkups, but the first time he went for the vet, I had him put a great big chip in the back of his neck.
God, yeah, I remember that.
So obviously, like, if he goes and I mean, when I took him for, I think it was for a health check, because I was concerned about fleas and stuff, and this vet's giving him dreamies, so of course
Right.
he's loving it, and I'm going, why are you giving him dreamies? You're moaning at me because he's overweight, and there you are giving him dreamies. She goes,
It's
well, I
to
can get away.
distract him. Put
Yeah,
it in.
it is to distract him.
Yeah. They
But
all
I'm
do
like,
it, and it's like they'd still have a go at you because they got weight on them.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like going to the doctor and he's smoking his pipe, going, I really think you should give up smoking. It's terrible for your health.
Yeah. But they're smoking themselves.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. It drives me nuts.
yeah. Or sitting there eating a cream cake, going, yeah, you really need to lose weight.
Yeah. I've seen them all
Right.
do it.
Yeah.
It's hot. It's weird.
Rita, lately she's learned a new trick. So instead of getting fur in my food, I get Paw dragging my arm down with the food on it. Yeah, they're good at that, aren't they? You're trying to put something in your mouth, it's like,
Biting.
Vicky says, not really. It climbs and you can pick them out with a scoop, so it lasts longer. Okay, that sounds interesting. I've changed to indoor cat biscuits because one of my I've changed to indoor, prone to weight gain, been neutered, and he's still putting on weight.
I just don't get it.
No, I don't. He's got to be. I don't know. I'll right. I'm prepared to accept that when I'm home, I maybe go a little bit too much on Whiskers kitten food.
That could do it.
Yeah, because I mean, I tell my cat sitter not too many treats. He's fat, and she's ever so good, and she does. She's a bit like me with my friend's kid. I don't mind being the bad guy because I'm going home in a minute. Whereas and like she don't mind being the bad guy
Yeah.
because they know full well when she comes the next day, she's going to give them food.
Yeah.
So they're always pleased to see her, and she plays with them.
It's like Gandalf here, the grey one. I have to keep putting millet there, and I'm like, you greedy fat boy, because he's putting on a bit of weight now. He's looking quite big.
Yeah.
to when I first got it. I can't stop putting that bloody millet in. As soon as it's in, he's eating it all, and I'm like,
You
oh
have to
my
be
god.
disciplined, don't you? I
But
mean, if they were both overweight, then I could limit their food. I wouldn't have any issues with that. But I mean, I try so hard. See, he doesn't eat cat food because he is fussy.
really,
Yeah, he doesn't even eat fish anymore. He used to
wow,
love that fish. Now that makes life easier because if you're trying to cut down on food and give adult food to one, but you've got a kitten in the house,
yeah,
right? It's hard. But because he won't touch Licky Licks and he won't touch cat food, but he'll eat Whisker's kitten food,
yeah,
that's made my life easier. Because I
mm,
do believe you can't give one and not the other, which is why
yeah.
they've got
It's
two of everything.
favouritism.
Yeah, well, it's not just that. You can't deny one. So
No,
their breakfast in the morning, he has a small amount of Whisker's kitten food. She gets a Licky Lick, which she loves. She always eats that first. He won't touch it. She loves it. And
wow,
then they get wet cat food
yeah,
presented to both of them. He sniffs it, thinks I'm not having it, walks off. She comes along, goes, well, if you're not eating it, I will. Yum, 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 yum. So she gets plenty of food. And then the dry food, and I've been told that it's fine to give her adult dry food. But any month now, the vet's going to go because I thought I think Shadow was about 10 months, and she said, "Oh, that's he's fine to eat adult food now." And
yeah,
I said, "Yeah, but what about the other cat?" I said, "I've still got another kitten in the house." See,
yeah,
life is easier with cats than kittens. But the trouble is, they're not so playful and well, they're still cute when they're adults.
yeah. They're still
So
the
that makes
same
life good,
temperaments, different
but
personalities.
yeah, but maybe I should give them more catnip because
Oh,
they
they're funny when they're given that, aren't they?
he gets quite aggressive with it.
Does he?
It's possessive aggression.
Wow,
Like, don't come near my catnip. Get away from it. That's how he is, and he's
wow,
funny to watch. And then I've got a couple of toys that I've got liquid like that spray catnip, and I spray it on one. Now he goes mental for it, and then I give one to now Spirit. She hasn't. I think catnip is something more for adults, isn't it? Because
yeah.
they
To see
don't.
the fun, what they do.
The kittens don't seem to be bothered by it, but Shadow wasn't into it as a kitten.
No,
Spirit's starting to get into it,
yeah,
and then I give her this toy, and now Shadow's jelly. Oh, Shadow's got his own toy with catnip. Now he's jealous of Spirit, so he
wow,
goes after Spirit. So whether he wants all the catnip or he just thinks, oh, hang on, yours might be better than mine, I don't know.
yeah.
Right, Dale says, Tasha looking crackered. LOL, you are a bit. I think
Medication in, brain out.
oh my God, it's nearly 1 a.m, guys.
Not far
Uh,
off.
oh, I get given the evil look when I have yogurt and won't share. Yeah, I thankfully Shadow has got to the point now where he just knows he's not getting any, so he won't bother. He'll come over
Yeah.
and have a sniff. Although he's got a thing for hot chocolate now.
Has he?
Yeah, I every now and again I make a hot chocolate out of the pod machine.
Is it because there's sugar in it? It's quite
I think
sweet.
it's the milky frothy
Milky,
stuff.
yeah.
So she did it tonight with my fish burger. She literally made Helen lava. Yeah, just imagine. Ricky's crafting says it's getting my male to drink. He's got cystitis type thing that flares. Yeah, touch wood. I think I'm okay with that. They do seem to be drinking. Right, guys. We've been on for a very, very long time.
No, it's only been an hour and a half.
Is that all it is?
Yeah.
It only feels like 4 hours.
I don't feel like that. It feels like an hour and a half.
Yeah, 4 hours ago we've been on. So, but it is very, very late.
It is.
And if I'm really lucky, if I go now, I found out the night staff cooks the croissants for the breakfast,
Wow.
right? And it's great. And do you know what? It's the little things in this hotel. I come home the other night about 1 o'clock, and I went, "Oh, it's freezing out there." He goes, "Yeah, it is cold." He says, "Do you want me to make you a cup of coffee to take up to your room with you?"
Oh,
And it's little things like that. I mean, it's only like press a button on a machine, but it's just little things like that. Do you
that's
want
the
to cup?
little things that count more than the big things,
Yeah.
though.
And he was saying about the croissants, and he's going, "Tell you what, I'll give you a croissant." And I went, "Oh," I said, "I'm not sure because I want to be hungry for breakfast." And I went, "Oh, all right then." And I had one. It was literally just out of the oven about an hour ago. He says you have to leave them for ages to be cool enough to handle. But they were absolutely perfect. They were like
Yeah.
explosive crispy on the outside, but they were just literally just done.
Yeah.
Hit that point, you're like soft bread,
Yeah.
almost doughy on
I
the
like that
inside.
point on them because it's
Yeah,
nicer for me.
but you bite into it, it's all as you bite into it, but inside is all fluffy like a cloud.
Yeah, I love them like
And
that.
it's with a cup of coffee.
Yeah,
It's like yeah.
got to be coffee with it.
Yeah. But I come down this morning. Normally I come down at 8 o'clock. It's that compromise between I don't want to come down too early, but don't want to be so late that the breakfast staff are like, "Oh, come on, I wanted to tidy up. I want to get away on time." So I normally come down about 8 o'clock, have a bit of breakfast, then I go back to bed again. And I was up early this morning. I was going to go out and do some route learning.
Yeah.
As it happens, I found it on YouTube, so I thought it's warmer in my room watching it on YouTube. So I went down at 6. I couldn't eat. I struggle to eat breakfast anyway, but obviously when I can get cooked breakfast for free at 8 o'clock, I'll make sure I eat.
Yeah.
But sometimes I'm forcing it. So this morning I had Cocoa Pops. I was saying to the woman, I said, I don't know what to have. And because I try to have a bit of a laugh with her. And I went, "Oh, I know." I said, "I'll have Cocoa Pops because apparently Cocoa Pops taste so chocolatey they even turn the milk brown." And she laughed her
They
head
do
off.
though, don't they?
Yeah, yeah. So, right. Vicky said, "Didn't realise it was so late." Joshy B,
Joshy, hello.
we are just about to finish the stream. So evening Penny, hey Tasha, hope you're both well. Yeah, you know me. I'm always happy when I'm streaming. Not necessarily tonight. Well, actually a little bit tonight. Sometimes I'm like, oh, I really don't feel like streaming.
Yeah, but I'll raid you to get on.
Yeah. But I mean today I've been tired all day. So I got to about 5 o'clock and I went to bed. And I set the alarm for 7 o'clock. And I'm like, I really didn't want to get up. I really enjoyed it in bed today. And the last thing I wanted to do was stream. But as always, I'm really glad I did. Had a really good stream, really enjoyed myself. Little bit of progression on the old, the baby Sherman, the wee Sherman. I'm going to stick with that name, the wee Sherman.
The wee Sherman. Yeah,
But yeah,
mine's still
Josh is
there.
just. So, hey, Joshy, and I always time it just right. There we go. And yo, evening, Dale, you good bud. So, yeah, everyone's had fun today, I hope. So,
Thought I'd show Joshy an update.
no, it's fine. And you know
I
me,
like
I
annoying
was
people.
looking at the background. I was wondering what that was next to your cigarette papers.
What? What next? Hang on. What are you on about?
I see a ciggy paper and there's something next to it. I was wondering what it was. Are you scrolling? See, there's your ciggy papers.
Yeah.
Is that a lamp? It's not a lamp, is it?
Lamp's there.
No, that's a lamp. Now, what's that white thing with the grey thing on it?
That
Yeah.
it's my phone stand. That's how I
Oh,
keep my
okay.
phone there.
Sorry, I'm a nosy cow.
That's not new, you know. We're
It's like
used to that.
first time I saw Michelle, Carl's other half. I'm sitting there looking at all the books on a bookshelf behind her.
No, yeah, I did that. I'm like,
Because
which
that's
book's that
what I
one?
like. And I'll be talking to someone and I'll just be having a conversation with them, and just all of a sudden I'll go, I like your wallpaper. And I like that in a corner. And they're like, are you so do you know what? I just caught that comment. Right, all good, dude. Joshy says, I've just lost a comment. You look, oh, there it is. You look like you have your own little podcast room set up there, Penny. I like the black on red. This is hotel room.
Yeah.
This is my hotel. I do like this hotel. So
Here you go, Joshy. I'll show you it.
yeah. That's not Yoda in the background, is it? That's a
I
close
call
one.
it yoga because to me it's yoga because there was a baby yoga, wasn't he? So
Well, he's not. Well, it depends how much you're into the Mandalorian thing, but he was called Baby Yoda. He was never officially called Baby Yoda. We all called him Baby Yoda because obviously he's a baby version of Yoda.
yeah.
And then we discovered his name as being Grogu.
Yeah, well, I can't say that one, so I'm sticking with
Oh,
Yoda.
that's fine. That's fine.
Really,
Like.
I can't say it because I get a bit gobbledygook. I'm like Baby Yoda.
Oh, if you want to call, I mean, Baby Yoda is just as acceptable
Yep.
as long as you don't get him muddled up with Big Yoda.
True.
So yeah, this is my hotel room. I mean, this is actually really well. Obviously, I hide the. Oh, I just knocked the thing. See, this is the bit you do see. The bit you don't see is the mess there, and also the fact that the laptop is balanced on top of a suitcase. It was not big enough, and every time I move my feet, I knock the bottom of the suitcase, and it knocks the top of the laptop. So see if I can get a shot of it.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problems.
You know
So
who it's going to be.
oh, there you go. There's my laptop bounced on top of the suitcase. And there's the rest of my room. I do like this room. It's just everything's organized. It seems, I think it is bigger than my. I'm not sure. It might be a little bit smaller than my. What's that easy cam? Is it that one? Yeah, I got the wrong camera on. That'll do. That'll do. No, actually, I like the other camera because it's a bit slightly closer up. There we go. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think this room might be smaller than the travel lodge room, but where everything's got a little place, it just seems more organized. It feels like you can get more stuff into a smaller area, and everything just works. So yeah. Right, yeah, she's buggered off now. I bet she's done this on purpose, isn't she? Right, I'm gonna have a quick chocolate, and then as soon as she comes back, I'm gonna finish the stream. But yeah, little podcast room. And I think that's right. Who needs a camera stand? I used to use a controller pad box, 3 books, and a box of washing tablets once. Well, yeah, this is it. You got to use what you can. Right, I want to make sure I haven't missed any chat. There we go. Are you not doing the diamond dot yoga to settle it between you and Spirit, Yoda and Grogu together? Fair enough. Good to hear, Dale. Any more prints yet come off? That's nice, Tasha. Have you got a place for it? I'll tell her that when she comes back. Who needs a camera stand? Nothing yet, Josh. Good. Gonna have to bail though. Getting tired now. See you all next time. Night. You take care. Fair dues, bud. Take it easy, Dal. I'll see you, bud. Um, yeah, I'm just about ready to finish. Hey, so I can't believe you guys still watching. There's 8 people watching. It's 1 in the morning. You guys not got anything better to do with your time. You had. Anyway, enough of insulting my the people who helped my channel to grow. What's the munchies? The munchies are, I've never seen these before. These are Ritter Sport chocolates. I suspect they're extremely overpriced because they're individual bite-sized pieces, and you get, if you pick them up, you can't read them because it's all in foreign. So this one is walnuts in nugget cream, but if you turn it over, it's whole hazelnut in praline cream. This one is Choco Crisp, which is Cocoa Choco Crisp. This one is Edel Nugget, which is actually hazelnut. The orange one is Caramel Duo, which is double caramel. That's obvious, that one, isn't it? And that's it. Right, so we've got Natasha back now, so that means I can finish. I didn't want to just leave the show.
When I hear little white Mickey, I have to run to her.
No, that's fine. I totally get it.
Gotta do it.
Little history says listening in the background while I do paperwork. Joshy says, yeah, they look. Well, anything with Ritter Sport written on it is really nice, isn't it? Although I just wish I could get hold of the marzipan one. What's the company? Is it Milka? We were driving, I think it's Austria.
I don't know.
We went to like their equivalent of a garage, petrol station, and they must have had 30 or 40 varieties of. No, it was Ritter Sport. It was something. It was like 30, 40 different varieties. It was absolutely amazing. I couldn't even imagine half of them. But obviously that's where it's made, isn't it? Yo, Terry, how you doing, bud? You good? Joshy B, morning, mate. How's your little friend doing? So in case you don't know, I've forgotten his name, but Little History does post the odd short on his little robin that he's found. And it's like the YouTube version of the Gold Blend couple. Will they become friends? Will they not? Let's wait for the next advert to come and see what happens. The one in the purple wrapper. Do you mean the blue one? Because that's praline, which is just posh for got nuts in, isn't it?
I don't know.
I think that's what praline means. Chopped nuts. Oh, the purple wrapper. You mean the Quality Street one, don't you? That is one of the best ones. Yeah, it's Milka Penny. If you've got a B&M near you, you have to check in there to see how many. Yeah, but not as many as this place in Austria. I'm telling you, you see like one row of. In fact, I think the Milka, they could probably fill the alcohol section at Morrison's. That's how many different varieties they've got.
Yeah.
Right, guys. So I'm going to finish the show, but before I finish the show, I always point the wrong way.
Yeah, there. That one's going to finish it.
1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a thumb war. Do you remember that game?
Yes.
Mr. Peeps. That's it. Mr. Peep is fine. Very cold today, though. He was all puffed up all day. Oh, bless him. Give him a worm or something from me or whatever they eat. Right. So, your thoughts?
My thoughts on what?
Whatever you're thinking. I mean, you can think about models if you want. If you want to think about something else, you can. It's your forum.
I think I've done well on the model.
Good.
Just got to do another coat of that silvery thing.
Yeah.
I think, and I've noticed I need to work more on my paintwork. but it'll come along.
It's just practice, though, isn't it? You've done
Yeah.
one job at painting, but more importantly, is there any brush marks in your paint?
Which part?
You don't need to any of it. You don't need to prove it. Just yes or no.
No, I've just got scratch marks, obviously, where I've been moving it about at the bottom.
You will get that.
So it's very faint, but
no, it's good. So we know you've definitely improved from the last time. You did a good jet provost, but now we've eliminated those brush marks.
Yeah.
How did we eliminate the brush marks?
I don't know. Can't remember.
What did we do to the paint?
Oh, watered it down.
Thinned it a little bit.
Yeah, that one.
So if that's all you've learned out of this whole build, that's a really significant step forward.
Yeah, I learned how to do that because I didn't do that on the plane.
No, you didn't know you had
just,
to.
like, whacked it on. I thought, I don't know.
Which is exactly what I did as a kid, but I got away with it as a kid because I was using enamel paints back then.
Yeah.
And now you're using acrylic paints and using bad acrylic paints. These aren't the best paints on the market.
No, so, I have struggled with them, but
yeah,
I'm getting
when
through
you
it.
see what the other paints are like on the market, I think you will then be saying, actually, I did really well. It's come out really well considering. But yeah, no. So you've learned a little bit. You learned to thin your paint. You've got a good result. So definite improvement over last week.
Yeah, more improvement.
Yeah. So
and Josh used
we
to
already
ask,
know.
Is this my first plastic model, Tash?
Kind of. That's her first. Right.
That's my first one.
Give us a twirl. So we all say that's done very, very nicely.
But you can see brush marks in it, obviously.
Yeah, but there's areas for improvement, which is, you aren't going to be perfect first go. And yeah, there's a couple of little things there, but it's fine.
Yeah, first go, can't complain.
That in itself is a good model. So you've set your benchmark. We know what areas you need improving in, and we know what areas. I mean, obviously, actually slapping paint on isn't a problem.
I just went for it, basically. I didn't know you had to thin it down and all that till
that's
it was Terry's live.
Yeah.
And Carl said you need to water it down, it would be better, but I'd already painted it by then.
To be honest with you, you will not believe the number of Facebook posts, forum threads where people have put a picture and go, I'm really happy, but I don't understand what's happened. Or can anyone give me a critique? And someone will go, big capital letters, thin your paints.
Yeah.
It's the number one thing. If you don't know,
you don't know till you're told.
No. But obviously, if you do another model in the future and you haven't thinned your paints and you get brush marks, then now I can come round with a wet trout and slap you with it.
Cool. Can I do it back to you then, as soon as I'm getting one?
What's that?
I'll do that back to you twice.
But
I'll get a fish and go like that to you.
No, I shall slap you 3 times. I shall go thin your paints. Because now you know. No, it's nothing wrong with your model. They all know how to stop me from streaming, don't they? Just keep making comments.
Just keep commenting. It annoys Penny.
That doesn't annoy me. But obviously, I don't like to miss out comments. I absolutely hate it when we play the outro. As the outro
commented.
Someone makes a comment. I'm like, I can't acknowledge the comment.
Yeah.
Right. Joshy B says, bye, Teresa. Teresa says, it's been another great stream. See you later. Bye, Teresa. Nice seeing you, Joshy B. Bless him. I've been watching the shorts. He's so cute. There we go. Look, that's beautiful, Tash. You've done a really good job on it. Don't worry if it's any help. Once you've built the tank, you've built one more than me, as I've already built the starter kit Spitfire. There you go. But yeah, no, getting that first model under your belt is all about setting your benchmark.
Yeah.
You've set a high benchmark. but it's something that we can work on.
Yeah.
And then obviously you've got your new brushes now. So are you feeling the benefit of different size brushes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But although on here I only used the thin one.
Right. Yeah, but all
Tank
you've
I
done
didn't
on
use a
this
bigger
one
one
is
either.
yeah, but on this one you've got tracks, so you're pretty
Yeah.
much doing the same thing. Have you got? I don't know if we'll need it for next, but have you got a really small brush?
No.
Right. So this number 2 brush from Airbrush, is that now the smallest brush you've got?
The one, yeah, that's the
Right.
smallest brush I've
Okay,
got.
that's fine. Just so I know what I'm working with next week. I've got plans in my head what we're gonna do.
Okay.
I'm gonna come up with a word that I have not used in a long time. I'm
Okay.
not sure if it's the right word. We are going to make a rudimentary wash.
Whatever that means.
It's a good word though, isn't it? Rudimentary, if it's the word I think it is, it means it's not the proper wash, but it'll work.
Right, okay.
It'll do the job. Yeah. Right. So, do you want to say goodbye, or do you want to
Goodbye.
make? Is that it? Oh, you're horrible. Is that how you're going to end your streams? Goodbye. End
You
button.
said goodbye.
You
So I
know
said
what I
goodbye.
mean. You know you want to do your thank you everybody for watching the stream. It's been very good. Thank you, Penny. Thank you, Stud. That's how you normally go, isn't it?
Yeah, it's roughly that, isn't it? So
That
I
was
go gobbledygook.
Till you go blah, 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 blah. Yep.
And it just goes out of my head after that.
No, it's fine. Just make it up as you go along. That's what I
That's
do.
what I do, sod
That's
it.
what I've been doing for the last 5 hours.
Don't we all? Right, thank you, Penny, for letting me join with you again today. Thank you, everyone, for watching. And I'll see you on the next one. Happy crafting or happy modelling.
Right, guys, I don't know if I can end this stream because my stream thingy is going funny. My end stream button is still saying loading and it says been recording for 1 hour, but I'll do my best, guys. If it doesn't work, you'll have to see my hotel wall for the next 3 days. But guys, thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for commenting. It's been absolutely good, absolutely brilliant. Really enjoyed it. Thanks to everyone who popped in. Thanks to everyone who's been giving help to Natasha, because obviously if only one person is helping her, then she becomes like that one person, whereas lots of different people are helping. She then gets to choose which bits works best for her, and then she becomes her own modeler, which is brilliant. So we are planning, I say planning because I don't know if I can finish this one. My next stream will be next Friday, the 26th of January. Then it's just going to be stream heaven for a week, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because 2 days after that, we're doing a channel update. The following day, we've got another show. And then 3 days after that, we've got another show. Then I've got to go back to work and I may never stream again. It depends on what days off I've got.
Yeah.
Little history says top stream Penny. It's been brilliant. So we'll see if this is going to work. So thank you very much for watching. In a world when you can be anything, just be as nice as you can. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, I think this is working. I think that worked.
It worked.
Have we finished streaming now? That's the whole third point. Find out in a minute.
It looks like
No,
it's still
I think we're
going.
still on.
Hi, bye.
Yeah, it's not
That
ending.
didn't stop it.